I live in Midnight, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You can have a seat. That's fine. Okay, she said she'll be out at 8:30.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
This is 23VB02601. This is Van Buren Township versus Cynthia Sword.
Yeah.
Would you state your name for me, please?
Cynthia Sword.
Thank you, ma'am. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Ms. Manarino, asking that this matter be adjourned for 60 days. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Ma'am, my only concern is that we have adjourned this matter now from October 26th to January 22nd, and now we're going forward.
The problem with the issue is the vehicle was placed on the back of my property like 8 years ago. And my property has been flooded since then.
It's fine. I'm
So
always
what
curious what
we
we're,
decided was if I cannot, I just recently got a hold of somebody with an excavator. And my property's still too wet, but I've got access to my neighbors. So if
It's-
I can,
it's okay.
she said that the.
She's
township-
on. It's okay.
She said the township would come and help. So I was like,
Oh, that's nice of them.
yeah, so I'm like, wait, either way, we can get this done.
Mary Ann, can I get a date, 2 months from now, the April ordinance docket, please?
Yep, sure, April 25th at 8:30.
April 25th at 8:30. Back here with me in number 1. And just so we're clear, you're still at the Sheldon Road address. She'll mail notice to you. My secretary will to that address. The other thing, ma'am, is that you have some outstanding matters with the court.
These are all the same tickets. That's what I thought. I thought all of this was for all of the tickets. I didn't know this was for just one.
Today is just for one ticket. The
Yeah.
earlier tickets,
They were all wrote on the same thing. I did not know it was continuously being ticketed to me. I thought it was one ticket.
you weren't receiving notices of default?
I thought it was the same ticket that I was receiving a notice for, because I had went down and talked to Lieutenant Bossy,
Mm-hmm.
and we had worked some stuff out. In the meantime, that officer was going every 2 weeks and writing another ticket every 2 weeks, every 2 weeks. And now I have like $2,600 in $255 tickets that I thought was one ticket. And I thought this was for all of these tickets today. I had no idea it was for just one ticket until just a couple of court dates ago.
Right, because each one that was issued to you, when nothing happened, when you didn't do anything, you didn't dispute it, it goes into default. And so then a new ticket gets issued. I'm looking at the first ticket is February 4th, 2021.
Yeah.
Yeah, they keep going into default. And so,
So when I should have got legal advice is what I should have done.
mhm,
When I went down and talked to Lieutenant Bossy, he had told me, this is, the police officer is doing his job. He can do this, but he said, I will talk to him because this isn't reasonable. So at that point, I should have gotten legal advice. And at that point, I took it as, he told me, he said, you paying that ticket is accepting fault, is what he told me. So I'm like, okay, so I'm not gonna pay that ticket and go to court. And the tickets just kept coming and coming and coming and.
I understand, but
Trying to get the
I'm
car
looking,
out at
I'm
the
looking
same
in
time.
the court record and it appears that you had contact with staff back in January of 22
When this-
about a payment plan. So this was, yeah.
Yes, I started getting notices for him. This is when I started taking care of all this. And finally trying to get this car out of there. And it's been since then, I've literally, every 30 days, every time I've come in here to get this adjourned, we've been trying to get this car out of here. I've got pictures on my phone. I can show you it's sunk down into the ground. It's a mess.
I'll see you back in April.
I appreciate
Have a
it.
good day.
5 or 6 for it.
Happy Monday.
Mhm.
Tomorrow is, I think we just have 2. So we recover from today.
Today we got big time.
Or
Budget go fast.
there were a lot that were dismissed. So. I don't know. It's Monday. Is there anything else going on in the building?
I think Tim has something at 10:30. It's just 17.
It's not bad.
And then hopefully he has something. at 2. Um,
Oh,
You
sure.
know, I that place Saturday,
Mm-hmm.
they sure are slow.
Mm-hmm.
Man. They'll have that place on Belleville Road so quicker than. I tell you, my mother-in-law got accepted in there.
You did. November?
Yeah,
Ish? Okay,
hopefully, November, December,
okay.
because she's, I guess when the first ones are done, they're gonna have the people that already been accepted come over and pick out which ones they want. You know, the models.
I've driven by there at night and they keep a lot of security and a lot of lights on there.
Yes. Yeah, it's good.
I'm just curious what kind of traffic control they're gonna put in place, because that's such a large development. I'm expecting quite a bit of traffic, but I know they're working on widening Belleville Road. I just don't know how soon
Yeah.
all those parts are going to come together.
We know I heard too that, and I don't know who told me, maybe it was you, that they had bought the State Farm.
And it wasn't me.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
I hadn't heard that.
they had bought the State Farm property to make another entrance and
Oh,
exit. Because really,
interesting.
that's one entrance and exit for a place that big is not that much. Unless you're gonna put a light there.
I can't imagine there being a light there.
Yeah.
No, I hadn't heard that the State Farm property is sold. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know
Very,
where it's
very
going,
interesting.
but- Well, who told me that? Maybe it was Wendy.
So are you ready for the open house?
We haven't even been told anything about it. I mean, if we have to stay or,
I'm assuming so. I've been meaning to say something to you. I mean, you know about it though,
yeah,
the 6th.
yeah, we've seen it. But I mean, nobody's really mentioned anything.
Well, because it's people and there'll be food, well, light refreshments, I think is the wording.
Is it gonna be tours and all that again?
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be that or more just come in, look around if you have questions for the judges. It says meet the judges, and so I'm assuming that it might just be a show of this part, the mezzanine level and into the courtrooms, but not into the back because of the time of day. I don't know. I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of it between now and
Well, at least somebody,
March 5th.
maybe it's an accident, but at least somebody looked at it and said, oh, we better do it on Wednesday. Because Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, we have roadworks. Or you think that's an accident?
I think that it's nice that people who still have not been here and still want to see the building have an opportunity to come,
Yeah.
not in the middle of the day, but after work. And people have questions, we're here. The only thing is, I think people want to see court in like the was it fourth graders, fifth graders last year? I got a chance to see an arraignment.
Yeah,
I think that was
Oh, yeah.
pretty special for them.
yeah.
I've never seen kids get quiet so fast in my life.
Hey, Marianne.
Yes, ma'am.
They're both right.
Am I in the right place?
Good morning. For,
Jeff has a civil docket today, doesn't she?
are you our clerk today for the ordinance docket?
No, so I'm in the wrong room. I'm supposed to be with Judge Green. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay, thanks.
I saw prosecutors and I was like, I don't think I'm in the right place.
Thank
Guys,
you.
take care. Have a good one.
You too.
These are 23RP 06508 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Roger Carmichael.
Carmichael. Your name is Carmichael?
Carmichael, thank you.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Carmichael.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Pardon me?
State your name for me, please.
Roger Carmichael.
Thank you. Today is the day and time for the pre-hearing and the arraignment pre-trials in these matters. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, my client is going to plead responsible to the inoperable vehicle charge. They will dismiss the unpent premises.
Sir, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Batar. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
I said you've had a chance to speak to Mr. Batar and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead responsible to the inoperable vehicle
Yes,
and
ma'am.
the misdemeanor
Responsible.
unkempt premises would be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
The court accepts your plea of responsible to the inoperable vehicle. The A file will assess a fine of $180 and dismiss the B file. Also included on the agreement is that you will remove or properly register store vehicles and recreational vehicles at the Birchdale address by April the 26th, 2024. You understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about today's
No,
proceedings?
ma'am.
Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $180?
No, I'll pay it today.
My secretary needs to put this information in, so maybe 5 minutes and the file will be downstairs. You can go to the cashier's counter and make your payment there.
Okay.
Have a good day, sir.
Sorry, I'm half deaf.
No, it's
46
fine.
Years in the steel plant. It's beating me up and I'm, sorry.
It's fine. No, it's on me because this courtroom makes it
I
hard.
appreciate all
Very,
you guys do.
thank you for being
I
on
just
time
hate
this
being
morning.
here. I'm nervous this.
Well, it's over now, so just make sure when you go downstairs, you're gonna have to wait for a few minutes.
Oh, I got
As
no
soon as the process is filed, you can pay, you're free to go.
Okay, free to go now?
Yes, you are. Thank you, sir.
All right, good luck, take care. You're welcome. Ms. Hawkins, come on.
Thank you. Birchdale. Is that a copier in here? Good morning, Ms. Hawkins.
Good morning, Judge.
How are you?
She's here.
It's not that bad, is it?
Could always be worse.
I guess.
I guess. These are 23VB03300 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Karima Hawkins. State your name, please.
Karima Hawkins.
Thank you. Mr. Batar, how are we proceeding, sir?
Daniel Batar on behalf of Ms. Hawkins, Your Honor. She's going to plead to the civil infraction blight ticket, and they will dismiss the violation of technical requirements.
Thank you. Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. May I put your hand down? Ma'am, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Batara this morning and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, you wish to plead responsible to the B ticket, which is a blight on property, understanding that the violation of technical requirement misdemeanor will be dismissed.
Yes,
And that's, do you have any questions about this morning's proceedings?
no,
Ma'am, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the blight ticket, dismiss the misdemeanor file. Court will impose a fine of $230. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
yes, I only get paid every 2 weeks, so.
You need 60 days, 30 days, or do you want to set up a payment plan?
Can I get 30 days?
Yeah.
Is that
It's up to
okay?
the judge.
I don't
think
know
she
if
needs 30 days.
At least 30 days.
30 days.
I'm just giving myself a little.
I understand, but the way that the court rules are written, your fines and costs are due the day they're imposed. This court usually allows 5 days because people have life and they need to work it in. 30 days is fine. We'll accept that. If it's gonna be beyond 30 days, you'll need to stop and talk to the cashiers, okay?
I'll try to make it, I'm just giving myself.
I
My
understand.
kids are graduating from this their last year of high school, so I had to pay for a lot of graduation things, and I got 2 coming out at one time.
Ms. Hawkins, I understand. I appreciate that. Good that they're gonna be out of school, but that resolves these cases other than the $230 that needs to be paid. You have a great day.
You too,
Thank you.
Mhm.
Oh. What we need is a copier in here because it's in this happens, that he needs a copy of the plea form.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Henderson? This is 24RP001830N, City of Romulus versus Christopher Henderson. You come all the way up to this middle podium and state your name for me, please.
Christopher Henderson.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matter. You've had the chance to speak to the prosecutor,
I have.
and the signed agreement presented to the court indicates that you'll plead responsible to the sole count of inoperable vehicle, pay a fine of $100, and there's a notation that the vehicle has been removed.
Yes.
Is that your understanding how this case will be resolved this morning?
My understanding, would it be like nothing else that would be on the record, no like traffic violations or anything like that as well?
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
The court will accept the plea of responsible to the inoperable vehicle, impose a fine of $100. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No, am I able to do that today?
You are. It'll take Mary Ann just a few minutes to put that information in, and then you can stop downstairs at the cashier's counter and make that payment.
Okay.
Anything else this morning?
I don't think so. Okay.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. You have a good day, sir.
You too.
Thank you. So is Carly on? Or is anybody on?
No, there isn't anything yet. I
Okay.
can go back in, you know, Curly was in the wrong courtroom.
Mr. Peeling is logging back on. Wayne? How's Wayne's mom?
All she said was she's
She's a fighter.
yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, they Jamie texted her, I think, some, just, I think, we're home, and she's, her mom's a fighter, that's it.
So last week after we were done on Wednesday, there was an older lady that came in with short white hair and glasses. You remember her?
Mhm.
If you see her again, just call me. I talked to her yesterday and she says, I didn't want to disturb you. I said, you're not disturbing me. It's fine. We don't have anything going. And she wants to see the building. I said, just, they'll call me. I'll come and get you. I don't
Yeah.
want to bother. Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
She came in one day, when maybe Friday, to, see if there was any court cases. And I said, hey, all you gotta do is, either come in or call, we'll tell you what we got going for the whole week. That way you can plan around,
Mhm.
because she definitely wants to come, sit. But yeah, she's very nice.
I told her, I said, you have my number, just call me, it's
Yeah.
fine. She drives, Meals on Wheels with Kevin.
Oh, she did say that.
And that's, yeah, and I tell everybody that, I said, if there's something you want, Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, if I'm on the record, as soon as I get a break, I'll come get you. And if I'm not actually on the record, I'm in the building.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal, it's fine. I don't want to just, it's not disturbing, trust me, it's not disturbing me.
I remember she did say that, because I did tell her, I said, must have been Wednesday she was in. I said, well, we do have some stuff on Thursday. Oh, I can't come Thursday, I had Meals on Wheels. So.
But I get asked all the time and then nobody ever comes and I tell people, it is my obligation to keep the courtroom doors open for you. It's fine. It is
Yeah.
not a big deal. They'll call me, I'll come down and get you. It doesn't matter. If I'm busy, I'll tell you, give me a minute to wrap up where I am or put a pin in where I am, but
Mhm.
no, it's fine.
Yeah, a lot of people will come up and say, are we allowed to go in the courtroom? Yeah, anybody.
Yeah, that's one of the top questions I get asked. Is the court open? I'm like, we're open, but I'm on Zoom. If you want to come sit, watch me on Zoom, that's absolutely fine. If you want to come sit in the jury box so you can see, or come around so you can see, it's fine,
Mhm.
but you can watch from home just as easily.
Yeah, we can turn that on.
Exactly. I said, yeah, you'll see a lot of 90-second hearings, but it's,
Sometimes those are interesting.
um, interesting. We have no criminal in March.
Really?
We wrote, because we're Wednesday and then we're off until April.
Wow. I'd rather have criminal. than this. It wouldn't be bad if I guess if they would all, come, we could do 5 or 6 or 10. He's bothering
Bothering who?
one at a time.
What?
I know you're here, but you're one of the few that like it, that doesn't mind.
Well, because if I go in the back, I'm gonna have to keep coming out
Yeah.
versus I'm about to open on base and sign the stuff for the civil department. I told somebody last week, I'm just gonna start reading the Constitution. I'll start at the beginning and just read it in between
Yeah.
cases, but I actually have I probably have stuff to sign, and so I'll do that. I've already prepped for tomorrow and Wednesday, so,
Friday, we got our jury trial.
which I have the jury instructions and the witness and exhibit list, and I'll put it I'll put it onto our website, the jury instructions. I'll do that tomorrow. So I have a plan for the week. In my head, I have a plan for the week.
I got a call today, I'm supposed to get my stitches out Friday, I said, well, we can't do that Friday. I told him, I said, you got 14 doctors here and 10 nurse practitioners, I think one of you can fit me in.
I'll take the
Just
stitches
call.
out for you on Friday.
Yeah.
I have a staple remover in my desk. I got you.
Exactly.
I got you. I told you. I am more than happy to be of assistance.
I need it.
In case this law thing doesn't work out, I have a,
It's probably cheaper than a doctor would check.
or maybe Ms. Manarino in between cases can help you out.
She did do it.
I'll be out in 5 minutes. Is that okay? I'll keep you company.
Oh, There must be an arraignment coming. Andy's logging on. To what do we owe the pleasure, Andy?
Good morning, Judge. Can you hear me okay?
You're a little warbly, but you're fine. What's going on?
Okay, I have to use my desk microphone today and it doesn't work the greatest, so I apologize. We have an arraignment in the works out of Romulus. It's going to be defendant Mondor Purdue, and he's going to be speaking with Royce Nunley. So I will get the file sent up and I will get them in a breakout room when they're here.
Wonderful. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Good morning. Uh, These are 23VB02776 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus John Spain. Good morning. State your name for me, please.
John Spang.
Thank you, Mr. Spang. Today was the day and time scheduled for pre-hearings in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor indicating that the technical violation, which is the A file, will be dismissed and that you will be pleading responsible to the B file, which is the unlicensed vehicle. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Additionally, that you agree to correct the violation on last two vehicles within 30 days or Van Buren to remove the vehicles at your expense?
Yes.
Sure, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the unlicensed vehicle B file and impose a fine of $180, which was already posted to the file, and then close the matter out, dismiss the A file. Was there anything else this morning?
No.
That concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a great day.
You too.
Thank you. This is 23 VB 025330 Van Buren Township versus Dawn Marie Janos. Please come up to this podium in the middle for me, please. State your name for me, ma'am.
Dawn Janice.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor indicating that this matter is being dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Was there anything else this morning?
Nothing.
These cases are here, this case is hereby dismissed. You have a great day, okay?
You too, thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, sir. Good morning, Mr. Nunley.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I am super. How are you?
Well, pretty good, thank you.
So you know you're gonna need to make a copy, right?
What was that, Judge?
I was talking to Ken.
Oh.
He's going to be asked to make a copy, I'm sure.
Yeah. I heard that's, what he requests.
These are 23RP 06510 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Christopher Kine. Your appearances, please.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Kine, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Kine. Today is the day and time scheduled for pre-hearing and the arraignment pre-trials in these matters. Mr. Batar, the court is in receipt of a signed agreement that indicates that Mr. Kine will be pleading responsible to the C file inoperable vehicle and the A and B files, the A file being impermissible vehicle parking and the B file being unkempt premises misdemeanor. Those will be dismissed. Was that your understanding, Mr. Kine? The court will accept the plea of responsible to the inoperable vehicle, impose a fine of $180 and dismiss the A and B files. The agreement further indicates that you have until March the 26th to remove or properly register and or store the vehicles located at the Farnham address. You understand and agree to that? Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $180?
No.
Okay, 5 days to pay. Other than that, these matters are resolved. Anything else? Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Peelan, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to, you were supposed to be here live.
My
I-
lawyer, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
My lawyer told me that we're gonna have a Zoom meeting.
Who is your lawyer?
Um, Mr. Hadley?
Oh, Mr. Hadley, Joshua Hadley?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Yours is so good, I can't
Sir,
do
just
it.
to let you know that your hearing is at 9:30, so if you want to stay here for a half hour, or 25 minutes, that's fine.
Okay, I just never went through the Zoom meeting in a court, so I just wanted to make sure. That's why I came early.
That's
To make-
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Anna.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I am wonderful.
Weather is nice today,
I-
can't complain.
I know. It's confusing the flowers something awful, but
It is. I think it's confusing my dogs too, but
they're like, no snow, what to do now?
yeah.
These are 23RP 05584 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Dylan. May I have your appearance, please?
Yes, Simran Dillon for the defendant, P85583.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for the adjourned arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing in these matters. The court is in receipt of a signed agreement between yourself and Mr. Greco that indicates that you'll be entering a plea of responsible on behalf of your client in the A file, and the B file misdemeanor will be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
The court accepts the plea of responsible in the A file, dismisses the B file, will impose a fine of $180 for the inoperable vehicle. Will your client need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
5 days to pay. Other than that, this matter is resolved. Anything else this morning?
Nope. That's all.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks.
This one here, do you want to 180 bond?
Mm-hmm.
He has this open, that it looks like he missed
A new
his.
ticket?
Yep, do you want to apply that bond to this case? Or leave this case as it is?
Is the new ticket in default status?
I didn't look, I haven't checked yet.
It
It must be, if it was due February 20th.
But it's just the 26th. Does it automatically go into default where you would apply the bond?
I'll find out.
Okay.
And if that's the case, do I apply
Then we
this
should,
bond
yeah.
here?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Judge, I have a question for you. One of the defendants I was acting today, Javier Garcia, his representative is here, his business partner. They own a rental property that's here for on Kent premises. But I explained to him, your representative, Mr. Garcia's representative, can't be here on his behalf. He needs to be here. He's in New Jersey. So he wants to know if he can zoom in.
Yes.
Okay.
And going
so-
forward, just ask.
What's that?
Going forward, all they need to do is ask.
Okay, going forward, he just needs to ask. So hopefully
Right.
we can get him on Zoom today. If he doesn't show up today, then what happens? If he's not able to get on Zoom right now, I don't know if he's working or where he is.
If he's with you, that means it's criminal, which means he'll be set for show cause.
Okay.
2 seconds to log on.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him he needs to get him on.
Thanks.
Thank you, Judge.
This is 240123FD. This is State of Michigan versus Purdue. Have your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Royce Nunley appearing on behalf of the defendant. Mr. Purdue, please state your name for the record.
Mondor Purdue.
Your Honor, for purposes of the arraignment, we would waive a formal reading and ask the court to enter a plea of not guilty on his behalf.
Mr. Purdue, were you able to hear Mr. Nunley just now?
Yes.
He's
Yeah.
waived your right to have a reading of the formal complaint against you and has asked the court to enter a plea of not guilty, sir. You have an absolute right to be represented by an attorney going forward. If you're unable to secure one through your own resources, or if that in friends and family, the court is able to appoint one for you. Attached to the front of your file was a request for appointment of an attorney. The court has signed that, and you will be assigned an attorney going forward. It will not be Mr. Nunley. Excuse me, it will be someone else who relies on the information on that form to be in contact and communication with you. Sirs, you also have the right to be considered for pretrial release. The recommendation from the Romulus Police Department is that your bond be set at 50,000, 10% because of the seriousness of the offense and the probability of conviction. They have asked that conditions of your bond be that you have no alcohol or drugs and that you be placed on alcohol tether. Mr. Nunley, what say you to this recommendation?
I would respectfully request that the court consider a personal bond in this matter. My client is gainfully employed at Ford Motor Company for the past 27 years, works full-time the afternoon shift, which is 3 to 11. He just purchased a home in Romulus. I believe he closed in September. He lives with his girlfriend, 2 of her children. He indicated to me that he is not on probation or parole. He does have a valid driver's license. He has no warrants out for his arrest. He indicated to me also for these previous convictions that he has no history of failing to appear to court. From my conversation with him, it seems to me that he understands that and that he plans on coming to court and participating. I don't think that he's a danger. I think that if it, as he's indicated, he has no failure to appear, I don't think that he's a flight risk. I'd ask the court to consider a personal bond in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Nunley. Although this court does not see a failure to appear history for Mr. Purdue, what the court does see on his criminal history is that his last conviction was in 2018. And that these are all, his entire criminal history is alcohol, drinking and driving related offenses. And based on the seriousness of the allegations, the court's concerned about public safety so long as Mr. Purdue allegedly continues to drink and drive. Court will set this bond at 5,000, 10%. Condition of his bond is that he not purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages until further order of the court, and that he not be released without the installation of an alcohol tether. His next appearance date will be a probable cause conference on March the 6th, next Wednesday, 8:30 a.m. with Judge Oakley. Again, this is 240123 FD. Next appearance date, March 6th, 2024, in courtroom number 2 at 8:30 a.m. Is there anything else in this matter, Mr. Nunley?
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else, Romulus?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good luck to you, Mr. Purdue. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Royce, we don't have anything else in the works as of now.
Okay, thank you. See you.
Thank you. These are 24R008470 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Ayuho.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your name?
Adesuwa, Henny.
Ma'am, the prosecutor indicated that these are not your citations, that they belong to your son.
Yeah, but the property has been transferred to my name.
Where is he?
He's in California.
Is he aware of this morning's proceedings?
Yes.
The indication, the request from the prosecutor is that these matters be adjourned to this court's next available date.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi.
3:25 at 9:30.
These cases will be adjourned till March the 25th, 2024, at 9:30 a.m. Ma'am, because these citations are not in your name, you cannot stand in for your son. If he is not here on March the 25th, these cases will go into default.
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecutor have told me I need to go to the city for transfer of property so that it will be out of his name to my name.
Correct.
And I'm gonna go do that right now.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
Okay. So I'm gonna get something for us.
A new date will be mailed to you at the address that's on the file.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's time to open the tiki bar on the roof. Good morning. What are you here for, sir?
Javier Garcia Fernandez is.
He's logging on. Yep, he's logging on right now. It's up to you. What's working for you?
But Javier Garcia show
He
up?
just logged in.
He needs an interpreter as well, so. Do you want to possibly just adjourn it? His business partner would translate, but I don't think that complies with court rules.
It does not. Did you speak to Mr. Greco?
Regarding this, I have not.
Okay.
You first.
What I'm wondering is if it's something that may be worked out. I mean, we still,
If you want, Judge, I can talk to Mr. Greco.
Would you please?
Sure, absolutely. I'll be right back.
you brought your dates out with you? Okay. These are 23RP 04899 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Cyprian Lucati. State your name for me, please.
Cipriano Lucasi.
Thank you, sir. Today was the day and time scheduled for the adjourned hearing in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement that indicates that both of these matters will be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
These cases are hereby dismissed. Anything else this morning?
No, that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Have a
very
great
much.
day.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hadley.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Did you need to speak to Mr. Is it Pillion?
It is, and I actually need to speak with the prosecutor on his matter first. Is Mr. Greco here?
Which,
It should be City of Romulus.
Your Honor, Mr.
Mm-mm.
Mr. Greco would prefer if it's put over until a later date so we can try and communicate with, you have a lawyer handling the eviction? You're going to, right? Yes, John. So it wouldn't stay with me this case, it would just go to the next person.
Okay. These are 23 RP 06468, 23 RP 06579, and 24 RP 00446. These are all City of Romulus versus Javier Fernandez Garcia. You need to unmute, thank you. State your name for me, sir.
Hello, I don't understand speak English, I don't understand speak Spanish. Sorry.
No. What's our next date? These cases are being adjourned till March 25th at 9:30 a.m. The court will order a Spanish-speaking interpreter. If Mr. Garcia does not appear at this next court date, the matters will be set for show cause. These are all 3 criminal matters.
Dije a Mr. Carlos for my interpreter.
He's talking to you? Okay.
Yeah.
You're free to go, sir. Have a good day.
Okay.
Oh, this was stuck in the wrong file. Sir? We're done.
Yeah, sorry.
No, case is over.
Dejar. Te puedes ir. Te puedes ir.
Were you ready, Mr. Hadley?
No, I was all by my lonesome in there. I don't see Mr. Greco anywhere.
Oh, he's here.
Ah,
Let me,
Hello?
hold on.
I'll go back in the breakout room. I didn't see
Okay.
anybody on there. Let me,
Te puedes ir. Te puedes ir.
Hello?
Te puedes ir.
Oh, ya puedo salir. Goodbye.
Thank goodness for Google Translate. Did you talk to your mother about our brilliant plan?
I did. But I didn't talk to the one who I should be talking to.
What did she think?
She said, why not? She didn't think she agreed with us. But I think he's gonna have, I don't know why, I'm not asking why he's saying no.
Probably doesn't think you're serious.
Yeah.
So on base is so if you want to see, you would think that the documents that belong together would stay together, but they don't.
Oh, you mean like to a file?
Right, you have to go into the related items to go into the case filings to pull up what you need
Oh.
to sign something.
Oh.
See that
They think it would be compiled.
the service was attempted on such and thus a date. And then you close that out, and then you go back to the form and you sign it. It's easy once you figure it out, but there was that figuring it out phase.
Yeah.
What'd you do this weekend? How did the fundraiser go?
It was nice.
Was it a good turnout?
There were 300 people is the story that I was told.
Oh my God.
And I feel bad because I keep getting the name of it wrong.
Wow. That's wonderful.
It is the Van Buren Public Schools Education Foundation. And their theme was the Roaring Twenties. And so you saw a lot of people in the flapper style dresses and the hats. And then there was a couple of three-piece suits and somebody had on this, a man had on this red sequin jacket. Kevin and I were just, I was in a dress, but not period dress. But they did a fantastic job and they had some nice basket raffle things.
Wow.
So yeah,
Where was it?
at the BYC.
That's a lot of people getting that.
Well, they had the regular members, I think, were at the Tiki Bar and everybody else was in the building. So it was nice. I got a chance to see people I haven't seen in a while, and I got a chance to talk to someone I've been wanting to talk to, so. It's just nice when the community shows up to support things. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Your name, please?
My name is Elisa Warren.
Miss Warren, you're supposed to be here in person.
I have a Zoom order.
Did you ask to appear by Zoom?
No, I did not. I paid, I believe I paid a fine and then I got this at the front desk.
Okay. Well, ma'am, these dockets are in person. The information in the file indicates that you are supposed to be in person.
Oh.
For the, it's for, ma'am, for the what you'll see next from me is an invitation to go into a breakout room to meet with the prosecutor. So please go there. Give me 1 minute to. I need to, no, it's fine. It's with Mr. Greco. Ms. Warren, you'll see an invitation to go into a breakout room with Mr. Greco, the prosecutor. We will get him in there to meet with you as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
He might not know that Mr. Hadley's in there waiting for him too. When you go back out in the hallway, if you could let him know, please. Thanks. Huh? Mr. Hadley and then somebody else. I'm just sitting in there. These are 23R008200A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Casey Hickey. Yep, come up to this middle podium for me, please. No, you're fine.
Good morning.
Good morning. State your name for me, please, sir.
My name is Casey James Hickey,
Thank-
C-A-S-E-Y, H-I-C-K-E-Y.
Thank you, Mr. Hickey. Today was the day and time scheduled for the adjourned hearing in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, that indicates that these files are both being dismissed. That you are aware that you may get more tickets if the yard is not kept up.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything else this morning? These cases are hereby dismissed, sir. You have a great day.
You as well.
Thank
Rest of
you.
your day. Thank you. Yes, indeed.
You too. So it appears that Mr. Greco had left the session and is now back.
I,
Stop saying that. I will be right back to this young man. Yeah. Mr. McKenna, would you please come up to this middle podium? These are 23 VB 03449 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Adam McKenna.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
State
Your Honor.
state your name for me.
Adam McKenna.
Mr. McKenna, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearings in these matters.
Yes.
The court is in receipt of a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Ms. Manarino, that indicates that you will be pleading responsible to the A file, which is unlicensed vehicles on the premises, with the B and C files being dismissed, and that you will remove any remaining vehicles within the next 30 days. Was that your understanding and
Yes,
agreement?
Your Honor.
The court will accept your plea of responsible, sir. Impose a fine of $180 in the A file, and again, dismiss the B and C files. Did you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
If I could get the 5 days, I should be fine.
5 days?
Yeah.
Okay, 5 days to pay. Anything else this morning?
No, that's it.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank
This is
you.
the last time I see you.
Marianne, if you don't mind moving me into a room with Mr. Pauline when you have a moment.
You need to make he and Mr. Greco co-host. I don't have power. Thank you.
Josh, I'm sorry, who did you need a breakout room with?
Mr. Pauline,
Okay, sure.
thank you.
So you can't go on Friday, so when are you going?
I'm gonna have to call and see what. I'll do it right now. It should take 10 minutes.
If that.
Yeah.
Is it okay for how, is it okay for to give them to me to pay it, and then if it gets paid, we dismiss, or how do you want to handle it? Is that, okay, is that, okay. Well, that's what yeah, I've got the inputs and everything, so, yeah, we've got the amount and we know who it goes to, I just wanted to make sure that.
We can do that.
Okay.
Just write it in the file.
Okay, I'll put it on the sheet. and have it done
Thanks.
then. Perfect, thank you, Judge.
It is cold in here. It feels good. It's so hot there. If you're cold with your robe. Yes. My hands are freezing.
Don't sit down, sir. I'll call you as soon as he brings me the slip. No.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
You're okay.
How'd you guys get so lucky with no traffic, man? Every court I look at, the room, they're just standing room.
Mr. Hadley, I should have known something was wrong. I was trying to call your cases. I got kicked out of Zoom.
No, well, I saw.
Were you
it.
ready to, were you ready to proceed, sir?
We are.
These are 23 RP 04288 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Daniel Pauline. Your
Good
appearances.
morning, Your Honor. Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, retained counsel appearing on behalf of the defendant, I guess respondent, Daniel Pauline. Mr. Pauline, just please state your name for the court.
Daniel Palayan.
And our apologies.
And turn
for
your video
mispronouncing
off for
it.
me, sir.
There we
Thank
go.
you. I'm sorry, Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding this morning?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer whereby the misdemeanor on case A will be dismissed, the civil infraction on case C will be dismissed, and we will be entering a plea of responsible as to case B, the inoperable vehicle with a $180 fine.
Thank you. Sir, you had the opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Hadley this morning.
Yes.
And it's your understanding and agreement that you will be entering a plea this morning of responsible to the B file inoperable vehicle and that the misdemeanor unkempt premises and improper vehicle parking or storage will be dismissed.
Yes.
And that's how you wish to proceed.
Yes.
The court accepts your plea of responsible and the B file inoperable vehicle will impose a fine of $180, sir. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
5 days to pay. Other than that, these matters are resolved. You have a good day, sir. Good luck to you.
Thank you too.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hadley.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Hadley.
Have a good day. You're welcome, sir.
Yes, please.
This gentleman, he's planning for a bunch of civil infraction defaults. And these three tickets were, he also landed. They said the court day posted a bond on each ticket today. So I wrote out here, says I do default, apply the bond to the first two cases, and then dismiss the third case. But that $200 to get applied to his other payment plan, which is like over that. So I wrote it out there. But so he's got another payment plan in addition to the 3 bonds posted on these 3 tickets up today. You just have 3 tickets. But they give us 280.
So it's just the 280 that's going to the existing payment plan.
Correct.
Okay.
We're gonna take the other 280.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Thank you. These are 23 RP 05117 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Giuliani.
Yes.
State your name for me.
Sayed Gilani.
Thank you. Today was the day and time scheduled for show cause in these matters. The court has received from the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, a signed agreement that indicates that that the defaults in these files will be set aside, that you will be pleading responsible to the A and B files, A being inoperable vehicle,
Yes.
B being inoperable vehicle, and the C file inoperable vehicle will be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
The agreement further indicates that the fine in each of these matters will be $280 and that you've already posted that. And that the $280 posted in the C file will be applied to your outstanding balance to the court, correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And that you will remove the tractors and the trucks and trailers from the property. You will remove them by March 11th or that the city may remove them.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that your full understanding?
Full understand, and only my mechanic today, I wanna call him and I wanna confirm he can remove before 2 weeks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The court will accept your plea of responsible in the A and B files, dismiss the C files, and apply the bonds as indicated on the records. Other than that, sir, you have a good day.
You too. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Aaron needs to make a copy.
How busy is the hallway? How busy is the hallway?
Not bad. I know.
Super nervous. I still think we should take a field trip. I'm gonna keep advocating for that because I just think it would do us good.
Las Vegas.
Don't play with me. We can rent a villa. Yes, no, maybe so. You really didn't have time to sit down, but I'll let you get comfortable. These are 23RP06440 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Bruce Tony Jr. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Jonathan Simon, P35596, on behalf of Mr. Tony.
State your name for me, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Bruce Carlton Jr.
Good morning. Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial on these matters. The court has received a signed agreement indicating that these matters are both being dismissed. Is that your full and complete understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
These cases are dismissed. Anything else, Mr. Tony? Have a great day.
Thank you. Take care.
You too. Dog bites and dangerous dogs. I'm shocked by the number of these.
What is it?
Dangerous dog and dog bites.
Oh,
Dogs biting people, dogs biting other dogs.
That guy's dog must have really did some damage to
oh, yeah.
$3,000.
You've had dogs, so you know it doesn't take much for that bill to run up fast.
Insurance.
They have it now. What are you talking about? And it's not terribly expensive. The C case, the default is set aside. The C case is dismissed and the, okay. Good morning. I am super. How are you?
I've been better.
Did they send you in with a sheet of paper?
No.
Who did you see?
A man or a woman?
Court appointed attorney, man.
Okay, he'll be in just a second, Mr. Batar. Did he tell you to come into the courtroom?
He did.
Okay. Your name?
My name is Deetra Brown. I'm on behalf of Sharon Brown, my mother. She hasn't not been feeling well. She's not only had COPD, she's progressively gotten worse and she's on oxygen. So, and I didn't know that she had a option to show up by Zoom, but.
If you give us just 1 minute, Mr. Batar will be in here. People always have the option, when our dockets are set live, some people cannot appear for a variety of reasons, and all they need to do is go to the court's website, submit a request to appear by Zoom or call the court and speak to a member of the court staff. I'm not saying that just for you, I'm saying it for anybody who may be watching. We allow people who just cannot get here for whatever reason. They submit a request, we typically allow it.
they're just looking for a new court date because they're here representing. our mom.
It would, they just want the next date?
That's what Dan said. He said
Okay.
just a new court. date.
Okay.
325, 10,
10:20?
yeah, yes.
This is 24RP00137OM, City of Romulus versus Sharon Brown. Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. Ms. Brown is not present. Her daughter is here. We are not allowed to have you represent your mother in the criminal matter. So what we're doing is resetting this case to March the 25th at 10:20 a.m. It is right now scheduled to be an in-person appearance. If she wishes to appear by Zoom, she need only call the court or submit a request on the court's website. Other than that, notice of the new date and time will be mailed to her at the address we already have on file, okay? Anything else?
No, thank you.
Have a good day.
You as well, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes.
So Vegas? Where are we staying?
Not season two. Pleasure. Or no, you know what? Be nice to go out, get out of town. And go down to, the one that has all the treatment.
So you really don't want, okay. Do you want lights in action or do you want peaceful relaxing?
I want to gamble and win.
We can play cards at night. Vegas, you're on a small private island. Vegas Manorino might be interested. So we're courtroom one is, yeah. It's always something in between cases, and I'm a fan of, we're back on, either going to the Tater Tot Festival, and it was at Grand Rapids or Lansing. Tater Tot Festival.
Okay.
Or Kona Ice, which I'm back on having them come this summer at some point and we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Vegas
Yes.
or private island.
All of the above.
Yeah. Preferably the last two.
Or
There's quite a difference between Kona Ice and New Orleans. But a night.
or what we can do is, after they're done with the early elections on that end, I think we should put a tent up down there and have a fun afternoon of whatever means. I'm a fan of popcorn and cotton candy and the fries in the yellow and brown cup. Maybe a little cornhole, maybe the giant Jenga, the giant Connect Four. Listen. What does Al say? We don't write the tickets, we just provide the show. My job is to be here and I've been here.
Until the end of the document, I'm like,
We're a long way from the end.
Are you just visiting? Is something going on?
no, I'm wandering away.
I know how to make things happen. Seriously, if I leave the bench and go roam the halls, all of a sudden there will be 20 things ready and 3 arraignments. Except at 10:30, we should not be.
Most of those I don't.
They're not.
We've had
There's about maybe, I would say 15 people out there.
Really?
There's some of the others.
Oh, with Greco? Like, they're obviously.
Yeah, we can see around those either with Dan or.
See, what did I tell you? If I said it, if you build it, they will come. We just got a message that there's an arraignment on the way upstairs. So, family fun, not even family fun. What was the other thing? The blow up sumo suits, tug of war. I told Kim before, I think we should do chair races on the first floor. Lay out little cones and stuff. We can give out the championship belt.
Okay.
See? Chief Morrell. Huh? Well, you're fine.
I'll let you know. Thank you.
Oh.
Talk about Wednesday.
Yes, no, big, like staff in your office, is that Wednesday?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. For criminal Wednesday? You knew you should have let the week early.
I know, right.
No, she can't leave on criminal weeks. And while she's gone, we'll switch over to St. Patrick's Day.
I'll come back to you.
By the time you get back, I might be ready to switch over to Easter, spring Easter.
Yeah. Yeah, because, St. Patty's will be over.
Thank you, man.
You know who we have.
So whatever that means for your planning and preparation.
Yeah, all three of us.
Or call over to the responsible venue and have them provide support. Which is what I think should happen. Okay.
Really, he's harmless.
I know.
The reason he was handcuffed before was beyond us. I mean, we never handcuffed a prisoner in between that desk and that. Never. But Corona felt the need to show off to the judge, I guess. But then he couldn't get his handcuffs out of his handcuff case. And he was shaking like a dog. Anyway, it looked like a episode of Gomer Pyle.
Oh, it's, the other Joe.
His shoulders, I guess it's doing okay. He had his bicycle on too. He ripped the muscle in his bicycle. Because we're saying, look, you're handicapped for 2 weeks, you're telling us to be 4 to 6.
Good morning, airport.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I am super. How are you?
Oh. Good.
Give me
Well,
one moment.
Take your time. Thank you for accommodating us.
This is 240124 SM. This is State of Michigan versus Johnson. Ma'am, would you state your name for me, please? Ma'am, today is the day and time scheduled for your arraignment in this state misdemeanor matter. The court staff has sent notice that you have waived your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, it is alleged that on July 11, 2023 at Detroit Metro Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, that you did make an assault and battery upon Adria Redmond, contrary to MCL 750.81 sub 1. This is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 93 days in jail and fines of up to $500 plus court costs. Because you are not represented, ma'am, the court will have you stand mute to the charges against you. There is a recommendation from airport police asking that your bond in this case, or indicating that they do not oppose personal bond in this case. For that reason, the court will set your bond at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Do you have any reason to be in contact or communication with the person identified as the victim or complainant, in this case, Adria Redmond?
No.
So ma'am, a condition of your bond will be that you have no contact with that person, and no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through social media, no contact through third parties. Although you've indicated that you've had no reason to be in contact or communication with this person, should the court receive report that you've made efforts to be in contact or communication with this person, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond. Your bond could be revoked and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Your next court date will be on Wednesday, March the 6th at 9:45 a.m. in person in courtroom number 2 with Chief Judge Brian Oakley. Again, this file number is 240124SM. Next appearance date, March 6th, 2024 at 9:45 a.m. in person in courtroom number 2. Anything else, Detective?
No, Your Honor, much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. No worries. Ms. Johnson, good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
Thank you. Bye now.
Detective Neef, I'll get that PTR sent over to you.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome.
These are 23RP06660 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Benita Cheatham. Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Would you state your name for me, please?
Benita Cheatham.
Ms. Cheatham, today was a day and time scheduled for the arraignment, pretrial, and pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received from Mr. Greco, the prosecutor, a signed agreement indicating that you will plead responsible to the inoperable vehicle and the misdemeanor unkempt premises will be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Ma'am, the court will accept the plea of responsible to the B file, inoperable vehicle, impose the fine of $180 and dismiss the misdemeanor. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $180?
I can. I'm just gonna go downstairs and pay it.
My secretary will need just a couple of moments to put that information into the court system. And then you will be able to pay it on the first floor. Anything else this morning, Ms. Cheatham?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes this matter. You have a great day, okay?
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. These are 23RP06392 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Katrina Whitehill. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
State your name for me, please.
Katrina Whitehill.
Ms. Whitehill, today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrials in these matters. Ma'am, because these were criminal offenses, you had the right to consult the court-appointed attorney this morning. Was it your desire to appear on your own? You reached an
appeared on
agreement
my
without the
own.
court-appointed attorney, I guess is what I'm asking.
Yes,
Okay,
didn't really know what I was supposed to do.
ma'am, you're fine. There is a signed agreement that indicates that you will be pleading responsible to the added count of double parking and that the dog at large and the dangerous dog misdemeanors will be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
Yes,
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, will impose a fine of $180 and thereafter dismiss the two misdemeanor matters. The court will impose the agreed upon fine of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
yes, Your Honor, I do need a little extensive time. Unfortunately, I've had a little bit of a hardship right now, and I only get paid once a month. So I won't be able to be able to put a little bit on it today, but I don't get paid but once a month. So I don't get paid till next March, the second Wednesday of the month.
Then ma'am, what I will ask you to do is stop downstairs before you leave. You speak to one of the cashiers, they'll put you on a payment plan, okay?
Okay,
Anything else this morning?
that's all. Thank you.
You have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait. Did I just see? What happened? Don't sit down. You won't be here long. Thank you. I didn't see him on the docket though. Okay. These are 24R008475A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus MTS. Would you come up to this middle podium, please, and state your name for me?
Hasib Imtiaz.
Thank you, sir. Today was the day and time scheduled for pre-hearings in these matters. The court has received an agreement signed between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, that indicates that all three of these matters will be dismissed as you have now obtained the temporary CFO. Was that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
These cases are hereby dismissed. Anything else this morning?
No.
Have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am.
So there are days that are holidays that we are closed and no, the weekend arraignments are not doing cases. I wonder what happens to those cases because you don't want them to time out.
But they're not doing weekend arraignments?
Well, they're doing the weekend, but the holiday falls on a weekday and there's no. Look at that fake cough. You sound like Audrey. It did. Whatever. You did. You sound like she did this time last year with that. Oh, that's what it was. It was.
They took her and William to see him for,
Paw Patrol,
oh, yeah.
which I saw the lines for.
Oh, they were the first ones in there. And it looked like, he sent pictures, it looked like a really cool exhibit. Every picture, she's like, oh, it's so hard to do.
I follow a group that is doing the countdown to member days, which are in April.
Oh.
And so they're showing like basically flashbacks and somebody in the group must be a employee because they're showing like what's actually going on in the village right now. It's just that's just such a treasure. And I think that a lot of people don't make the time to go, even if you don't have a membership, at least go and check it out.
Yeah, oh, sure.
They transported a new house from Alabama to Dearborn, and they're reassembling it.
I wonder what house it was.
It's the Jackson House. And there, I've seen pictures of Martin Luther King Jr. staying there, and the daughter of the people whose house it was has given interviews, but the thought that they're continuing to gather historical things of historical significance and bring them
Yeah, here.
here.
Yeah.
And when they redid parts of the village, probably 20 years ago now, where they moved some houses and like redid the front entranceway and things like that. It's just amazing.
It is. There's so many people that that want to preserve them. It's a good thing.
We went when I was a kid. Our school would take us because we had such a small school that we could all go on one bus. And so we went every year, and we go now. And when the kids were little, we went and rode the train and rode the train and rode the train.
You could do anything for them.
Well, they would have been 2 and 9 at the time.
Aw. Well, the 2-year-olds, they're so innocent. I mean, it's just the sweetest thing.
They were asleep. They were both asleep before we even got to the car. So he's carrying her and I'm pushing him. But he just wanted to keep riding the train, and she wanted to sit in the diner and all that. So we did all of that. We didn't even go inside the museum part. We were just in the village. Oh my gosh. It was 14 years ago.
Like that, right? Just like that. Yeah.
Because Kevin hadn't been in years. So when we saw the train and Daniel that's what he wanted to do. And so that's what we did. Jeez. Well, we went a couple of times last summer, and then we went to, it's not Noel nights. What's it called? The Christmas time. We went to that.
Did you go this year?
Mhm.
Yeah, I thought I remember you talking about.
Because those tickets sell out so incredibly fast.
Crazy busy though.
It is, but it's nice to see it at night. It's nice to have the presenters inside some of the places that are sometimes closed. They have the craft market open. You could buy things. They had ice cream and hot chocolate and all that. And we actually had the meal. So we met and we rode the horses over, or rode the carriage over there and ate, and then walked around for hours. And
So you just have to be patient. There are a lot of people. Right?
yeah, we weren't in any rush. We meandered around. We walked into a few places where there was nobody else. So we got a chance to talk to staff, and I want to go back to the museum. We went and saw the Lego exhibit.
One more for you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I'm giving you my.
I don't want
doctor's
your
sheet.
sheet.
There you go.
These are 24RP00297 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Sabrina Hernandez. Your appearances.
Daniel Batar on behalf of Mr. Hernandez, can you state your name for the record, please?
Sabrina Hernandez.
Thank you. Ms. Hernandez, today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment, pretrial, and the pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received a signed agreement between Mr. Batar and the prosecutor for the City of Romulus, Mr. Greco, that indicates that all 3 of these matters are being dismissed. Was that your understanding? These cases are hereby dismissed. Mr. Batar, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes these matters. Ma'am, you're free to go. You have a good day. Did William go too, or just Audrey? Oh.
Oh my gosh. Oh boy, okay, all right, I'll let her know. I will, thanks, God. Ken is watching the counter and the courtroom on Zoom because Jamie is with Green.
Then we'll just have them come in with their paper. There's no. He'll just have to send them in by themselves, it's fine. $11. Are they members?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, they had to get tickets. So do you have to get tickets with your number?
I don't know if you need special tickets for Paw Patrol, but normally the exhibits that are going on in that place right next to the cafe, you don't.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they have, I guess Thomas the Tank is always there, so.
Yes.
There's a lady who, when manning the fort, let her hold the controls.
Oh my gosh. Was that their first trip there?
No, I don't think so, but I think now that she can, comprehend.
Oh.
The movie and her, grandma and mom and girlfriends and cousins and everybody, they're all going to, the witness for tea on Saturday. Her name is me, kids, while she's gone, I'm looking, because I could use some help, and then you're leaving them, and they're like, yeah. Of course, I need to.
Oh my
I
gosh.
know.
That's nice of them. Are they gonna dress up and do the whole fancy hat and pretty tea dresses? Or-
Yeah, I don't see them doing that. But you never know.
They do a good presentation.
I've never been there for, gone there plenty of times for dinner, but never for the tea. I've heard some nice things about it.
It's one of the most beautiful buildings inside and out. And when I've been there when they have like part of a wedding, maybe on the second floor or something. And you see the bride standing on the big sweeping staircase.
You know, Jamie was married.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I have signed all the on-base stuff. I have signed Andy's PTR. I know, I'm trying to. So I'm going back in and they put 2 more things in there, not a problem. My sister had her 16th birthday there and I don't remember why that was the place, but it was the Whitney.
I thought I was supposed to have a 16th birthday party.
I was the kid that had the barbecue. Because that's what I wanted. It's slightly different. Slightly different priorities. I know.
Oh, guess what I saw, I came in on Saturday and finished that, Frankfurt.
You came in here?
Yep.
How?
I asked Al if I could come in, and I did, so.
Did he let you in or do you know how to get in?
No, he told me. So, I'm pulling in here on Saturday. Saturday morning. And guess who's driving right by? And you had to wait for the gas.
All the time.
I see him all the time out, like by the mine. Yeah, I've never seen him.
Oh, yeah,
He's just all over.
yeah.
I wonder if he can get on this. I wonder if he's
I think so.
going on, Dave.
Doing okay. Feeling better.
Feeling better.
Yeah. I left her a message, just like, hey, I got these things coming in, and she leaves me a message. She goes, I don't get feeling good. You said sick on the message. I was like, I don't know.
Meanderer, malingerer, that's what it is, malingerer. Cause I heard Ken coming up the stairs this morning, I was like, nope, no, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Cochran, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How about yourself?
I am super.
All right. enjoy
Thank you for the
sunshine.
energy,
It's gonna
oh my
change.
goodness. Uh-oh. I know, I saw it. There we are. These are 23R008109 A, B, and C. These are City of Romulus versus Larry Cochran. Please state your name for me.
Larry Cochran?
Mr. Cochran, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in these matters. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, that indicates that these matters, all three matters, A, B, and C, will be dismissed. There's an indication that the house is now vacant and being worked on, that the property needs a C of O before being rented out. Is that your full and complete understanding of these matters?
Yes.
They are hereby dismissed. Anything else this morning?
Well, can I get a cup of coffee?
Listen. I wish, no, listen, I wish. Other than that, sir, you're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you. You do the same.
Thank you. I was just thinking about that for Friday. I was thinking about it last night, about coffee, yeah. Because I don't know what the setup is in jury assembly, and because somebody uses it at night, I don't know that we could put too much in there, but at least some place to keep water cold, and I don't know about donuts or Danish or bananas and apples or something.
You know, maybe he was doing a lot of work.
Oh. Oh, I think so. Because they're sentencings. Thank you. This is 24RP00133. This is City of Romulus versus Henry Limbright. Sir, would you state your name for me, please?
My name is Henry James Limbright.
Thank you, Mr. Limbright. Today was the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pretrial in this matter. The court has received an agreement that is signed by Mr. Bitar and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, that indicates that you will be pleading responsible to violation of technical requirements, and the original misdemeanor charge of unkempt premises will be dismissed. Is that your understanding this morning?
Yes, it is.
Did you have any questions about today's proceedings?
No, no.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the added count of violation of technical requirements, dismiss the unkempt premises, assess a fine of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yeah, if I could get a payment arrangement, I'd appreciate that.
You can,
My only source of income right now is Social Security.
understood. You can stop downstairs on the first floor. The cashiers will help set a payment plan in this matter, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
when you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Down there in front of that.
Oh, boy.
Do I leave it there and see how long it takes for the janitor to pick it up, or do I pick it up?
You're on a mission. I have bigger fish to fry than a puppet on a paper.
Well, I would have done it.
You know what irritates me? And I do this myself.
Oh, I know.
Because I come out that way when I have to log on first thing in the morning, and then I hate seeing it. And even though I wipe my feet, I can't wipe them enough.
Do you know why? Because they've never sealed the floor.
I know. Even though we've talked about it.
I remember when 2 or 3 of us had to go back in the jail area and then come out.
I saw another video of some guy, or it was a woman this time, charging the bench.
Oh, gee.
Yep. But the officer cracked her right back of her shirt and ripped her down. She couldn't get the same lift that the guy did. You never know what's going on with people.
No, you're right.
Can't worry about a paperclip because that drives me crazy.
What drives you crazy?
You already know.
Oh, I don't make me look.
Oh, those things?
Yep.
You know what? They tried cleaning one of them once from downstairs.
Mhm.
They said you'd have to take those things to the car wash.
I remember because they trying to figure out how to get it down.
Yeah, but Dave, how would you get it down? How would you get a little motorized thing to go up that high through those doors? They'll just never anyway. You made me look.
I look all the time.
That one's not so bad, because that's what I look at. I don't wanna leave it that way.
That one looks like stained glass.
It does. You've seen it.
And once you look, you can't stop looking.
I think it's funny when you put the shades down, people are still doing this.
It never occurred to me. It was Mr. Young that I knew he had a problem because he was sitting and he kept scooting further and further. I was like, what are you doing?
Who's Mr. Which?
You're Mr. Young.
Oh.
And I was like,
what's he doing?
and then now when I have him down and I still see I look up to make sure. But at a certain time of day, it hits the camera, so you have to close them anyway. So I just keep them
Yeah.
closed all the time.
Like 1 o'clock.
I just wish we had windows that open.
I do too.
A fresh breeze from time
That
to
would be
time.
But at least I have a window. In the other building, it was.
You don't open it, doesn't it? That jury room, I don't know, be open. Wind whistles through that.
Does it
like
really?
this.
Does it move the drape, the line?
It don't move, but I can feel the wind coming in and it's blowing that
Oh,
way.
man, please.
Yeah.
Really? You don't put a couch in there for him?
I tried the one my dad had at school.
One of them hide
Is that?
That's how old that is, yeah.
Yes. I just assume that thing has had a life
Oh.
not worth investigating. So back to Family Fun Day.
Vegas, you mean?
No, we don't have Vegas money. We have backyard money.
Yeah.
What are you playing the chip or something?
No, sweetie, us right here
Oh, for the court.
for the court.
Oh,
Get a couple of giant tic-tac-toe and
At
cornhole.
in my shoulder, I'm always baby, I'm always protecting it for whatever reason. But I would love to do one of those sumo, one of those sumo suits, and I think that would be so much fun, because you can't help but laugh when you see it. Have you ever done it? Have you?
No, but I've seen.
Oh, it looks so weird. I mean, some people go, oh.
Yeah.
I think the same thing about the chair races, and we just.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I was watching a rerun of The Office, and they were in those suits.
That was a great show.
You could not make that show right now. These are 23R008416 A and B, City of Romulus versus Albuquerque.
Yes,
State your name, sir.
Hamid Alburquerque.
Thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement asking that this matter be adjourned to March the 25th for Mr. Albuquerque to go to the city planning department to submit a site plan. Was that your understanding, sir?
Yes.
10:20? Then, sir, this case will be adjourned to March the 25th at 10:20 a.m. Notice will be mailed to you at the address we have on record, which is the Colling Drive address. Is that still a good address for you?
Yes.
You're free to go, sir. You have a good day. See you in March. Okay, so if you're babying in the shoulder, then what would you do? Because you have to participate in something.
I know, I could do chairs. What is bubble wrap? I don't do that.
Beer pong.
Beer pong would not hurt my shoulder.
Oh, jeez.
That's a funny game.
You're not speaking from experience, are you?
Yeah, I watched it.
I'm trying to think of the name of that Howie Mandel show that came on a couple of years ago, where people were doing silly things like who could empty a box of Kleenex the fastest. It was like that kind of contest. And that's the kind of stuff I want to do. I want us to have like funny moments together. Not just get together and when they have the potluck and stuff, but just something
fun.
different.
Yeah.
Something that would make people laugh. And talk to people you don't normally talk to.
I told Avery, whatever we were talking about potatoes. Festival, he goes, you're making it up, aren't you? I said, no.
Absolutely
not. And I don't believe it myself.
Well, what it is that we are in our isolated pockets, and I don't know that there are very many people in the building that talk to everybody, not for any reason other than they just don't cross paths.
Well, do you know what I think is kind of funny? Because not a lot, majority.
I know. I know. So when I walk by and he's always like, do you know what that is? Why are you so friendly? Like, because Mr. Bitar made me that way.
I'll take all the blame. Your Honor, it is now 11:05 and there's no one else out there for me. Do you mind if I take off?
Absolutely not. That's fine, Mr. Bitar.
Thank you. Good to see both of you.
What's going on with the rest of your day?
I think I'm gonna be back here next week, or this week again, but it won't be your docket. Let me see.
You know what, I wish you never told me you get up at 5:55 because you know, I see that darn clock now and it's 5:55.
It's all my fault.
Why are you up so early?
I have kids. So my wife wakes up a lot earlier than me. She's probably up by 4:30. She's a morning person. I am not a morning person. And I wake up at 5:55. I take a shower. I wake up my oldest son and tell him to take a shower. And then I gotta take the kids to school at 7:30. So that's why. When I was a kid, I didn't have anybody waking me up or taking me to school. It was wake up and go to school. But kids nowadays, they're all, spoiled.
How old?
Daniel is 12, he'll be 13 in August, and my twins are 9 going on 10 in July. So they're good kids. They usually don't give me a hard time in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Once they get up, they're fine. But yeah, 5:55 is,
It comes fast.
even if yesterday I went to sleep at 10:30, 10:45. So it doesn't matter. If I go to sleep at 9 o'clock, when that alarm goes off at 5:55, I feel like I can sleep for 5 more hours.
Well, Mr. Bachar, we won't keep you. Always a pleasure to see
Oh,
you.
it's good to see you. I thought I'd be back this week, but I'm not. I was mistaken. So
We'll see you when we see you. How about
next time
that?
I'll see you probably answer. Take care.
See you, Dan.
And he wakes up and gets other people going. I'm up at 6 o'clock and I'm like a little kid going down the stairs in the morning.
Taking your time, eating your breakfast.
But back to what you said. Well, it's because it has been made okay to have that.
I wasn't brought up that way. I think, and especially, and I don't mean this, and I don't know how I mean this.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably different because you're an authoritative position. But me,
It still happens to me. And then the other thing is because of, when if I can't go have a conversation, I can't wander in and no, because it's always, what do you need? I'm like, I don't need anything, and that's why I now just come in.
yeah, and it's hard, isn't it?
Because it's not my personality.
Right.
It's like with Joe, you've already been gone a week. Tim and the baby. I hadn't heard anything about it. But I don't think that it's anything intentional. People are trying to do anything. I think it's just we get into these habits and patterns of moving around the building and we just forget. I'm ready when you're ready. Don't sit down, sir. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Mr. Wade?
Doing okay. How are you doing?
I am super on this bright, sunshiny day.
Good. At least it's getting warm out and we can enjoy it.
It's warm out?
It's getting there.
Oh, see? Cancel the docket. We're off. No?
Get her
Okay.
done for the day.
No, we're not done till 4 o'clock. These are 2-3 RP 05562 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Lonnie Wade. State your name for me, sir.
Lonnie Wade.
Mr. Wade, today was a day and time scheduled for the formal hearing in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, that indicates that both of these files are being dismissed as it appears that you have properly stored and or removed the vehicles. Is that your understanding of this morning's case?
Yes,
Cases are hereby dismissed. Anything else?
that's it.
Have a great day.
All right, thank you, you too.
Thank
Try to
you.
Get out and enjoy it.
I am at lunchtime.
Have a good one.
You too. I don't know what we could do, but we have to do something. Because I am convinced, and I wake up every day convinced that we're going to do things a little differently.
You mean about what we were just talking
Yep.
about?
Yep. It even happens when I come in the morning and I stop down there and talk to them and they keep on, I'm like, I'm just gonna go upstairs. It's not anything bad, it's just, they after so many years have a pattern with each other and you just have to kind of roll with it.
I walked into CVS on Saturday morning. It was probably like 8. Plan for the day, and it was a great. I walked in next to the guy. Hey, how are you? Good morning. I went and got whatever I was doing. So nice and refreshing to work in the morning because everyone's happy in the morning. He goes, "Well, I work nights." He goes, "People are horrible." He goes, "It really it helps." And it's how hard is it to say hi?
And I'm that, how are you doing? And if the response to me is anything other than good or great, I'm like, what's going on? And I stop and I'm like, no, seriously, what's going on?
Yeah.
Let's
And do you really think that people, when you do that, Do you think people say, well, oh my gosh, I just had the worst thing happen to me, blah, 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 blah? Or do you think people just say, oh, really, it's okay? Some do. I think the majority of the people don't open up.
There have been times where people will say, not in detail, but they'll say, it's been a day. Well, what's going on? And if they disclose whatever, it's like, do you want to talk? Do you,
Yeah.
you want to go have some coffee? You want
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you just, even if you don't want to talk about that thing, it's nice to have somebody to take your mind off of
Yeah,
that.
exactly. Yep.
Takes 2 seconds. It was yesterday. Somebody who we've been trying to connect for months and we just haven't been able to because of whatever. So sat, had a cup of coffee, about an hour, chit chatted, da da da. Something is going on. We didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
But I
just to
was
get
like,
their mind off.
well, you're so busy. I said, I'm not busy. If you text me, we'll
Yeah.
figure something out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or people, yeah, you're busy. I'm like, I'm not busy. If you bat signal me, I'm coming.
Yeah.
I'm leaving I'm getting up, getting dressed and leaving my house. If you tell me you need me,
Yeah.
don't ever not do that.
Yeah. That's how I am too. Then my girlfriend, I'm meeting her tonight, she had like a month ago now, she had put her dog down and she was just saying, she was just saying, I said, hey. Oh my God. So like, so I got our other girlfriend, so, and she had to put her dog down so they can talk, you have to talk about. This is my girlfriend, not this one. She rescued two pit bulls. First one is the one I think, I don't know if she, that he started to attack her and she put herself in his cage. He attacked her and she had him not as a puppy, but then she rescued him. So, you know, of course she had to get rid of him, but she was in his cage. She didn't have to. And then.
No,
what
you
did
didn't
she
tell me
do?
about that.
She, this one didn't do it bad. But again, I don't know pit bulls, but if I had one that attacked me, I think I could breed.
Really like us, which all day long I get pictures, Instagram pictures of great things from him.
I saw someone walking there, I was at the gym looking out the window, and they were walking, and we just plodding, and the dog was no hurry.
Nope.
Looking around, his head was bigger than ours. Are they Republicans that he said?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and now on The Office, it's when Kathy Bates is on and she has 2 Harlequins. And so he came in my office the other day and that's what was on. Yeah, we should have got 2 at the same time. I said, we don't have another dog right now because you don't. Whatever you want to do is
Would
fine
you,
with me.
would you consider him too? Why don't you see 2 kittens?
Listen,
It's up to you.
I've offered. I'm just along for the
I
ride.
can't imagine two Great Danes.
Going through a big giant bag of food every 3.5 weeks. Yeah, that was fun.
Oh my. That's a lot. Do they need a lot of exercise?
Nope.
No. Just like that dog is why they're not hyper dogs.
She was zoomies from like 1 to about 7 or so. And then after that, zoomies were like very few and far between, but she was going to holidays and playing, getting it all out. And at the end, it was every now and again, it'd be something, run up and down the stairs kind of thing, but normally just sit with her face hanging off the couch, staring out the window, watching TV.
I get one. Do you want
Do
you miss a pot?
I do. You forget, you don't realize how much room they take up.
Yeah.
But our girlfriend that's diagonal from us has a new dog. And I keep telling him, I said, go over there. I'm sure she'd be more than welcome, more than happy to have you take him out, walk him,
Get your fix.
Or I said, go see my sister.
Yeah.
Their dog is 7 or 8.
What, does she have a bull mess?
He's so goofy. He comes, as soon as he sees you, his whole butt shake, you know that, works itself into a whole circle with his butt shaking. I'm like, what are you doing?
How much does he weigh?
I can't guess, because I've never tried to pick him. Oh, no, he's not that big.
Oh,
Because he's not tall. He's not a tall dog. He's stocky
they're just messy, aren't
and just, but he's so friendly.
Does he go like this and it goes?
Everywhere. So constantly wiping down. But he's that kind of dog, like ours was. You're not going to come to the house and not pet this dog.
Yeah.
Because he's on
He's
you.
there.
He's right, like leaning into your calf. Like, you see me. Don't act like you don't see me.
He leans into you.
That's what I told people about Susan. I'm like, all she wants you to do is scratch her. She will lose interest in you. It's when you're trying to avoid her, where she's like, yeah, no, this is my house. This is not how this is gonna go down. And then once you scratch her, what does she do? She goes, lays on her spot. She's good. She's like,
She got what she wanted.
yes, you're covered in hair, but that's kind of the price of doing business here. Man. I still think we need a fish tank here. I think we need courthouse cats.
Downstairs?
I don't know.
They're not work, aren't they?
There were kittens at the Belleville Museum at some point.
No. Wait, to rescue or walking around inside?
They were walking around inside. Van Buren, where were those other two? There were three cats that she kept in the building. It's not funny, but at one point they got fleas. So when the museum closed, they left, but it was no secret. Everybody knew they were there because they were named after local stuff. It was Van Buren, and then the other two, I cannot think of their names.
One cat, the name was named.
No, there were three. Yeah, there were three cats. One was named Van Buren. Oh my goodness. Because it was a big to do. They were cute cats. I don't even remember where she got them from. Katie, the woman that used to run the museum, she was so enthusiastic. She's the one that got me out to when they had the largest gathering of Rosie the Riveter people costumes at Eastern. She's the one that got me to go to that.
How many were there?
I can't tell you. We broke the record.
Did
Yeah.
you dress up?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
I went to the museum for something and she started talking to me about it. She said, do you want to go? I was like, absolutely. So exchange numbers and we went. I had my overalls on, my polka dot scarf, boots, red socks. We had a great time. Just back to this, something different, something exciting, something fun to do.
Fun.
There has to be something, which is why I started on this leap year thing.
What did you start on?
Remember we had this conversation, leap year would be frog candies and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
We were
that fell
looking at
apart. Well, I even reached out to the people that make they were like, yeah, we're having supply chain issues.
You're kidding me.
I reached out to them like 3 weeks ago.
You mean like for Peeps or something like that? Like
No, it's Haribo that makes the gummies.
Yep.
They make gummy frogs. And so I'm looking for the smaller bags of gummy frogs. I'm like, this is what I'm looking for, but I can't find it. And so they sent a response to me saying, we have a supply chain issue, but these are the stores that have them. Well, I go to the stores and they only have the big bags that are like, I wanted,
I've never even seen those.
I never seen them in person, but when you're looking for frogs, candy frogs, the chocolate frogs, the Harry Potter frogs were just as expensive. And then the whole frog costume, and so leap year fell apart.
You failed me on that. I really thought, I know. For leap year. She's gonna dress up as a frog.
They give out frog
Oh, I heard
candies.
Harry Potter and frogs. I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I don't get it.
It fell apart. I was A for effort and I just couldn't pull it off, but maybe 4 years from now I'll try again. I got,
Everyone's here for our 11:30. Would the court be okay if we got this party going?
does he, what's the hallway look like?
There's,
Oh, no, get out.
there's probably like, I don't know, 10 or so out here. But I mean, I just didn't know. if
Good
you
morning.
wanted to wait or how you wanted to do it.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
You know,
I-
you know that.
Are you standing in for Mr. Novak?
I am. You know, my clients have no trouble when they've got someone like me doing criminal stuff.
Well, I saw Novak's name and I could only imagine that that's what you were here for, since it's not a Wednesday.
Indeed, Your Honor. How you doing, Judge?
I'm great.
Good. One thing I'll ask is, will I get a copy of that after we're done so I can take it back? I'm a fish out of water here, Judge.
No, you're not. You're fine. You're among family and friends here.
I came here thinking there was only 2 tickets. When I checked in, they're like, you got all these? I'm like, what do you mean all these? There's 2.
There are warrants in these files too, so let's. Warrants, yes. These are 23 RP 04847 A, 23 RP 06476 B, 23 RP 06636 A, 23 RP 06666 A, 24 RP 00290 A, 23 RP 06476 A, 23 RP 06636 B, 23 RP 06666 B, and 24 RP 00290 B. These are all City of Romulus versus David Cohen. Your appearance, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Schlesinger, standing in for the attorney of record on behalf of the defendants.
Thank you. Mr. Schlesinger, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearings and the arraignment pre-trials in these matters. The court has received a signed agreement that indicates that your client is pleading responsible to 476A, 636B, and 290B, and paying fines of $100, $180 each, and that the remainder of the cases would be dismissed. An additional term is that Mr. Cohen, within the next 2 weeks, will remove the inoperable vehicles and clean out the ditches and easements. Is that your understanding?
That is, Your Honor.
Thank you. As an officer of the court will accept your plea of responsible on behalf of your client to the 3 files as indicated. The court will the court will dismiss the remaining cases. There is one case that is in warrant status. I want to make sure it was one of the ones that was scheduled for today. It is the 847A file is in warrant status. The court will, of course, recall that warrant and dismiss it along with the others that are being dismissed. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay?
Your Honor, if we could have 2 weeks, that'd be, we'd appreciate it.
2 weeks to pay the $540. Is there anything else, Mr. Schlesinger?
Nothing further than I'm aware of, Your Honor.
Give me a second. I'll get a copy of this for you and get you on with your day.
I appreciate it, Judge.
She's bringing in the trial in just a second.
Which one?
This is what I have. That's what I have open. So if we've gone over that, you can go over that.
Okay, so you just let me, if I'm ready.
Yeah, it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard you say trial and-
I was like, I'm out of here.
Oh, okay. I just, well, I heard trial. Yeah.
I think she said you were getting the people.
Okay, well, I'll bring everyone down. Yeah, let's see.
who's downstairs?
Just Tim.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Everything good?
Yeah.
Yeah. I stopped by your old office, maybe about 6 months ago. I sat down and talked with Dan and
Brian.
for a little bit, yeah.
Mhm.
Guess they hired David Canal.
When?
For Suzanne, did you know
I
that?
knew Suzanne
Okay.
well.
The other day I was looking, because Dave was doing probate stuff. For a little
I hadn't seen him and I wasn't sure why. Okay.
I don't know where it was at. And I looked up his name because they called his name for a case. I heard he had left the collection fund he was at, and he said he was over at Mary Jane's house.
I hadn't seen his name on the or any of the pleadings. I had not to think about it.
Hope I'm not lying to you.
I've seen him on on civil dockets, but it's been a while, but no, I didn't know that's where you wound up. Good.
If it's wrong, you can say that Mark's full of whatever, but I think I heard that. One of the guys I used to work with at like a neighbor as a collector over there.
Really?
Yeah, I talked to him periodically, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
With Mike Morris. Yeah.
I didn't know she had that fence.
Listen, we all wind up in different places than we originally intended, right?
I guess so. I guess so.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Take care.
I'll see you around, okay?
These are 23R008419 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Brown. Ms. Brown, would you come up to this podium in the middle for me, please? Good morning. Ma'am, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearings in this matter. The court has received an agreement signed between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, asking that these cases be adjourned to March 25th to allow time for you to get a certificate of occupancy. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
These cases will be adjourned to March the 25th at 10:30 a.m. back here in this same courtroom. Are you still on Colbert?
Yes, ma'am.
Notice of this new date will be mailed to you at that address. Is there anything else this morning?
Nothing.
That concludes these matters. You're free to go. You have a great day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Officer Brooks, how busy is the hallway? Thank you. These are 23VB027, excuse me, 23VB02988 A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Phyllis McLennan. Could you state your names for the record, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people. Good morning, Ron. Phyllis McLennan.
Thank you, Ms. McLennan. You may, thank you. Today is the day and time scheduled for the trial in this matter. When we were last here on January 22nd, the case was adjourned to today at the defendant's request. This court has previously disclosed its relationship to Van Buren Township, that being that I am married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. He's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the ordinance department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled for this morning. Ms. Manarino, are you prepared to proceed on behalf of the township?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have all necessary documents and witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. McLennan, are you prepared to proceed this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have all necessary documents and witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, Your Honor. I did have one preliminary matter, though. When the citation was issued to Ms. McLennan, there was a civil infraction for the animal not being licensed. Ms. McLennan has obtained that, and so we would need to dismiss that citation and proceed on the animal at large and the dangerous dog only.
Ms. McLennan, this would be the citation that ends in 88B. Do you have any objection to this one being dismissed?
No, Your Honor.
This citation for unlicensed domestic animal is hereby dismissed. Ms. Manarino, any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. McLennan, any preliminary matters?
Does that mean I need to make an opening statement? Or
If you wish to, you can do it now, or you can do it after Ms. Manarino is done with her case, her portion of the case. Or you can waive your right to have an opening statement. Do you wish to proceed now or at the close of Ms. Manarino's case?
at the close of her case?
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Ms. Manarino, your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people call Angela Corey.
Ma'am, come forward, please. I'm going to have you stop at this podium in the middle, state your first and last name, and then spell them both for the record, okay?
Angela Corey.
Spell them both.
Spell it ANGELACORY.
Ms. Corey, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Come have a seat, please, in this black chair that's closest to me. My secretary, Mary Ann, is taking down your testimony. If for some reason she's unable to hear you, I'll ask you to either keep your voice up or scoot closer to the microphone, okay? Thank you. Your witness, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Corey, I want to draw your attention to July 27th of 2023. Do you recall where you were that morning?
Yes, I was riding my bike down Back Road.
Is that a location in Van Buren Township?
Yes, it is.
Did something happen while you were riding your bike?
Yep. As I was riding my bike down the road, a dog ran out of the driveway, chased after me. So I stopped the bike. The dog ran up to me. He stopped, and then he bit my hand and my leg.
What kind were you able to tell what kind of dog it was?
Well, I was told that it was, I believe I have this correct, a Rottweiler Shepherd Lab mix.
At the time that, well, let me ask you this. What size is this dog?
Quite a large head. If I'm gonna stand up here. So, I don't know, his head was, about this high. It was a large
So about
dog.
hip height?
Yeah, it was a large dog.
Okay. Had you ever encountered this dog before July 27th?
No, I have not.
While you were riding your bike down Back Road, was there any interaction you had with the dog prior to it chasing you?
No.
You indicated the dog bit you on your hand, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there anywhere else that you were bitten?
On my leg.
Once you were bitten, what did you do?
Well, I was screaming, he's biting me, he's biting me. And then I believe it was her husband, he came out first. Then he got the dog back, you know, in the driveway, the gated, well, there, he locked up, I guess, the dog after that. He took the dog away, I should just say.
When the man came out, was the dog still biting you?
No,
Did the dog stop biting you on its own then, or were you involved somehow in that?
he stopped biting me. I don't know what I did, you know, everything happened so fast. I don't know exactly what I did, but he did eventually stop biting.
At the time that you were bitten by this dog, were you able to see the injury to your hand?
Yes.
Were you able to see the injury to your leg?
No, first, what I noticed was a rip in my shorts. And it wasn't until later when I got on my bike and I was riding back, I noticed that I felt like there was a knot on my upper part of my leg.
And so you're gesturing closer to your hip?
Yeah, it was, I'm gonna stand up again, it's up here. But the rip on my shorts was down here, on my lower part of the shorts.
Okay, so just so the record's clear, where you're gesturing, the tear on your shorts was closer to your knee.
Yeah,
The
kinda like
bite.
the middle of my leg.
Okay, the bite that you subsequently discovered was up closer to your upper thigh.
Right. So at the time, you know, your adrenaline is going, I just thought he just kind of got part of my shorts and he was ripping it and pulling on the shorts. But later when I discovered, I felt like there was a knot. When I went home, I was able to see the actual bite that he had.
Approximately how long after the bite were you at home when you discovered that, the thigh injury?
Well, when I was talking to you, I said I noticed as I got on my bike, it felt like he had bit me up here and there was a big knot, but I wasn't gonna just pull down my pants, you know?
So was it?
It wasn't bleeding through, I knew that.
So when you were able to go home and inspect the injury, was that minutes later, hours later?
Oh, right, when I got home, I looked at it.
Okay, approximately how long?
After I had talking to you guys, I was probably home within 5 minutes and I immediately looked at my leg.
Did you do anything to document the injuries that you incurred on July 27th?
Well, I have pictures and I also went to the doctors. I went to urgent care that morning.
So you took some photographs of your
Yes.
injuries? May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Corey, I'm handing you what I've marked as People's Exhibit 1. Have you seen those photographs before?
Yes, I've seen the photographs because I took them.
And on that exhibit, there are some dates. There is a date written on each of the photographs.
Yeah.
Did you write those dates on the
Yes,
photographs?
I did.
Did you write the date on the photograph that corresponds with the date the photograph was taken?
Yes.
And so the first couple photographs that are on there have a date of July 27th of 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does that photograph, the photographs from July 27th, those capture how your injuries looked immediately following the dog bite?
Yes, this is when I was on my bike right in their driveway. This is the first picture that you see there.
Okay, so that was taken immediately following.
Immediately. Yep. You can see my bike tire right here. You can see the dirt road right here.
The other photographs that are dated July 27th, were those taken immediately after or at a later point?
That was immediately after. I'm still in my biking clothes. And yep, that's right after that at home. And I didn't have a bandage on because when I went to urgent care, he wrapped everything up.
Okay, so you went to urgent care. How long after, was it on July 27th that you went to urgent care?
Yep.
Sometime later in the day after the incident occurred?
About mid-morning.
Did you incur any expenses as a result of your visit to urgent care on July 27th?
Yes, I did.
Other than visiting the urgent care on July 27th, did you have any other doctor's visits related to the injury to your hand and your thigh from the dog bite?
Yes, 2 weeks later, my hand was still hurting me, so I went to my primary care physician. And then she recommended I immediately go to the ER. So I have doctor's bills from both that day. Then after
Do you know the reason why your primary care physician directed you to go immediately to the ER?
Yes, she said, this is your hand, you could have permanent damage to it. I recommend you go to the ER so they can do imaging.
Did you have that done?
Yes,
And did you incur some medical bills from the visit with your primary care physician or the visit to the ER?
yes, I did.
What date did you see your primary care doctor?
I saw her on August 10th.
Was that the same date that you went to the ER?
Yes, it is.
And so you had some bills from that visit as well.
Correct.
Other than the urgent care, the ER, and the primary care doctor visit, did you have any other expenses that you incurred as a result of your injuries from July 27th?
Yes, on September 7th, I also went to a hand surgeon as a follow-up that was recommended.
Anything else?
And after that, there is nothing else.
Were you prescribed any medications after the July 27th fight?
Yes, I was prescribed 2 antibiotics and a painkiller.
Did you fill those prescriptions?
Yes, I did.
Did you incur some expense for those?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am. Have you shown those to Ms. McClendon?
These are the- Your Honor, I move for the addition of exhibit 1 photographs.
Ms. McClendon, do you have any objection to the court receiving the photographs?
No, Your Honor. I
Thank
do
you.
not.
They'll be received.
And Ms. Corey, I'm seeing that we marked as People's Exhibit 2. Have you seen those documents before?
Yes.
Are those, what are those documents?
These are my bills for the treatments that I've had on my hand.
The ones
For
you just
doctors,
described for the
yes,
court?
yep.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of Exhibit 2.
Any objection, Ms. McClendon?
No, Your Honor.
They will be received.
And Ms. Corey, after the dog bit you on July 27th, you indicated you had interaction with a gentleman at the residence.
Yes.
Did you interact with anyone else that day?
I also interacted with Phyllis.
Okay, and who's Phyllis?
Right there and the green.
Sitting at the table
Sitting
behind
at the
me?
table, yeah.
And did you know Phyllis before
No.
this happened?
No.
And you had some conversation with
Yeah.
her? Do you know if she was the owner of the dog that bit you?
She said it was her dog.
Did you have any further conversation with Ms. McClendon about the dog?
I mean, I was surprised that it bit me. I mean, we kind of went back and forth a little bit.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Corey, contained within Exhibit 1, the court's admitted, there are photographs that are dated August 10. Are these photographs, these are also photographs that you took?
Yes, those are the same, the photographs from August 10th is also the same date that I went to my primary care physician and the ER.
Okay, and so the photograph showed that your hand was
still swollen. Yeah.
And that was the date that you had that subsequent medical treatment?
Right.
I have no further questions for Ms. Corey.
Thank you. Ms. Corey, keep your seat. Ms. McClendon, you'll have the opportunity to ask her questions. I have 2 quick matters to take care of. These are 23R008423 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Terrence Hall. Please come forward, sir. Up to this podium in the middle and state your name for the record, please.
Terrence Hall.
Mr. Hall, there is a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor asking that these cases be adjourned to March the 25th, 2024 to allow you time to get an inspection to get a certificate of occupancy. Is that your understanding of how this case will be addressed this morning?
Yes.
The case will be adjourned. The new date will be March the 25th at At 10:40 a.m. back here in this same courtroom. Are you still at the Trafalgar address?
Yes,
Notice will be mailed to you at that address, sir. Anything else this morning?
no, thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Two four RP 00131 OM, City of Romulus versus William Asper. Mr. Asper, please come forward to this middle podium and state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. William Aspen.
Good morning, sir. Today is the day and time scheduled for the arraignment and pre-trial. The court is in receipt of a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor, Mr. Greco, that indicates that there will be an added count one violation of technical requirements you will plead responsible to, and the original misdemeanor charge of on-camp premises will be dismissed. Was that your understanding?
That is correct, Your Honor.
The court accepts your plea of responsible, sir, to the added count of violation of technical requirements, will assess a fine of $180 and dismiss the misdemeanor matter. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $180?
I'll pay it today, Your Honor.
The file will be downstairs shortly. You can stop at the counter with the cashiers and make that payment. Anything else, Mr.
Thank you very
Asper?
much. Have a great day.
Have a good day. We're back on the record in 23BB02988C. Ms. McLennan, do you have questions for Ms. Corey?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, if you're going to ask them from the table, or you're going to ask them from the podium? It doesn't matter to me. You just can't go back and forth because she can't pick up the recording.
Okay, then I'll just stand right here. Can you hear me from here? Yes. Thank you. Should I call you Jane? Should I refer to you as Jane or Angela? I'm sorry, I didn't even know.
Yes,
Angela.
Angela, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. So Angela, since you were riding a bike by my house, could I ask you if you're an experienced cyclist?
Your Honor, I'm not quite clear on the relevance of the question.
I will definitely make that relevant.
I've been riding my bike for a couple of years.
Okay, thank you. And then, do you normally ride on the rural road on Bach Road?
I change my route all the time. I have rode on Bach Road quite a few times before.
Okay, and again, when you were riding on Bach Road, you have passed my house before?
Yeah.
And has any dogs ever came and approached you when you passed my house?
Right.
That same dog?
I'm sorry, hold on one moment.
Your Honor, I was just going to object to the relevance. The issue is whether or not she was bitten on July 27th, not whether or not there were any other bites that occurred at any other time.
Your response,
Sorry.
I'm sorry, your response to the objection?
I would have to ask it. I'm sorry, I need to ask another question to make it relevant. I just needed to know if she had been on my road riding before, because I had asked her that during our approach. and
Okay.
Whether or not my dog had ever approached her before.
I understand, Ms. McLennan, but Ms. Manarino's objection is that your line of questioning regarding anything that may have happened before October 4th, 2023 is not relevant. So if your response to her objection is exactly what?
I was actually just confirming because she asked the question prior if she had ridden that Bach Road and if any dogs had passed her during. I believe she asked that question first.
I believe on that date, Your Honor, not as it relates to any other date.
The
Then
court-
I'll confine my question.
I was going to say the court will have to sustain the objection, ma'am, and we will limit the questioning to the events of October 4th. That's not right. It's the file says October 4th, but it's July 27th and forward.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'm trying to stay as close as I can.
No, you're fine.
I'm just a little nervous. The morning of July 27th, when you rode down my road, what was your starting point to arrive at my address?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to the relevance where Miss Corey started her bike ride has something to do with whether or not the dog bit her when she was in front of Miss McLennan's house.
My response is that I want to present that the location of my house, which I do have pictures, for her to arrive at my house. She would ride at least a mile to half a mile to a mile and a half down dirt roads. And the possibility that she could have encountered other dogs on that day or fallen on that road is relevant because it wasn't right off the road. I live on a very isolated rural road.
Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, I would just indicate that if Ms. McLennan's question is whether she was attacked by other dogs, she can, or had any other injury, she can ask that without asking. That is a more relevant question than I think where she started her route.
Ms. Manarino, the court will overrule your objection. Ms. McLennan, if that is in fact where you're going with your questioning?
I'm going with my questioning, and to arrive at the location of my house, there were such a long possibility that other dogs or she could have fallen or had other encounters besides that one on that day. There is a possibility.
Ms.
So I
Corey,
was
you may
just
answer the question if you recall the question.
I was not chased by another dog and I was not bitten by another dog, only your dog.
And did you come from the north or south on Bach Road, from Bemis or Hull?
I was riding back. I was going north on Bach Road.
From Bemis Road?
No, I'd have to look at my map. I went towards the end of Bach Road. I turned around and I was backtracking. I was going north on Bach Road as I passed your house a second time.
Okay, so to verify, then you started at Hull Road, rode down south on Bach Road to Bemis, turned around, as you said, and came back north towards Hull Road. Is that correct?
Yep.
Then while you were riding that morning and you passed my house going south on Bach Road to Bemis and then turned around, did my dog approach you while you were traveling south on Bach Road?
Nope.
Thank you. When I came out after my husband had gotten me and I came out and I talked to you, do you recall I asked you if you were the new person that had just moved in because I had seen you before?
I don't recall.
Do you recall when I asked you why you were at Bach Road, that you responded that the crazy dogs on Elbow were chasing you?
No, I never said that because no, I was never on Elwell Road. Your dog is the one that chased me and bit me.
So you are saying under oath to the court that you did not say to me that the crazy dogs on Elbow were chasing you and that's why you were on Bach Road?
I never said that. I'd also like to point out, I have.
Ms. Corey, respectfully, there's not a question right now. Ms. Manarino will have the opportunity to ask you more questions.
Okay. Do you recall calling me a liar when I said I didn't have the money for your pants?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I don't know how that's relevant to whether or not the dog bit her.
Your Honor, since I didn't make my original statement, there is definitely a relationship between me asking for that because there was a whole series that happened when I call myself as a witness, I would definitely explain that.
Then that would probably be the better time for you to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
After you left my house, did you ever call me or my husband after we'd given our phone numbers to you and asked you if you had any problems to call me?
I have never called your house, you or your husband,
Thank you.
never.
Ever. Thank you. When you said that my dog approached you, did you ever tell myself or my husband that the dog had jumped on you and hurt your hip?
The dog ran up to my bike. I explained it. He stopped. Then he reached and he bit me.
Where exactly, could you tell me again, did she bite you if the dog is she?
On my hand, there is a scar here. On my leg, there is a scar here. And then the shorts were ripped down here.
So again, confirm, you say that she bit you on the leg lower, up on the hip, and on the hand. And when she bit your hand, were your hands on the handlebars?
No, I had stopped the bike. I was afraid with a dog chasing me, the dog would lunge on the bike and I would fall over and possibly get bit on the face or the neck. When an animal's chasing you, you stop.
So when you stopped your bike and you took your hands off your handlebars?
Yes.
Did you ever touch the dog?
No.
You previously said that when my husband came out, he called for the dog and the dog went back into it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And those are all the questions I have right now, Your Honor. I'll ask the other questions for later.
I'm sorry, you'll ask what other questions later?
The questions that were more appropriate at the time about the conversation that we had when I bring myself as a witness, or.
Oh, you'll answer the questions?
Yes.
Okay, because you won't have another opportunity to question Ms. Corey. So if there's something you want to ask her, now is the time to ask her.
Those would be the questions that we had during our conversation after my husband left. So go ahead and ask those now.
Yes.
Thank you. So I would re-ask the question, if you recall calling me a liar when I said I didn't have any money to give you for your pants.
Your Honor, I believe I objected to that question the last time that Ms. McLennan asked. I'm just not clear on how it's relevant.
Would you like me to give my statement of that whole conversation?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Her objection is to the relevancy of your being able to pay for Ms. Corey's pants as not being relevant to what happened.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
The relevance is that she is indicating that now that she has been bitten 3 times in the leg, in the hip, and the hand. After my husband left, which was approximately 10 minutes, 15 minutes after this occurred, and he will be my first witness, he left, and then we had a conversation, and she remained at my house about 30, maybe 40 minutes. During that 30 or 45 minutes, we talked about her pants and how much she wanted for them. I went back and down to my house. I spent a few moments in there. My cat was having a seizure, which I told her. I checked that. My children left. They wanted to know what was happening. Then I came back out. I explained that I had given my money to my husband.
Ms. McLennan, understand that I'm not trying to be rude to you, but the way that The way that
I know it.
the way that trials happen is prosecution, defense, prosecution. Because you're representing yourself, your testimony will be a little bit different. So if you want to cover these things, it might be better to cover these things at that time.
Okay,
We're talking about July the 27th, 2023.
yes,
Did your dog bite Miss Corey? Are you responsible for her losses? That's what Ms. Manarino covered. So that's what your question should be about. If you would like to give testimony under oath that this was this other conversation, or you'll be inquiring of your husband that this was this other conversation, we can do it when you present your case. But right now, do you have questions for Ms. Corey regarding what happened on that date in July, or about any of the other questions that Ms. Manarino asked, or the evidence that's been received?
there, I think I understand that. So those questions will be part of my testimony.
I don't
Those
understand,
answers
I don't understand what questions you mean, because I can't help you, Ms. McLennan, and
Right,
Ms.
right.
Manarino is still standing up because we are getting dangerously close to that. You will be able to be sworn in and tell your story.
Okay,
Just like you, if whatever witness you have will be sworn in, and you'll be allowed to ask them questions, and Ms. Manarino will be allowed to cross-examine them. So do you have questions for Ms. Corey?
no further questions,
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Ms. Manarino, before you approach Ms. Corey, I'm gonna have you stay there. Mr. Delva, these are 24R008353 A and B, and 23008353C. These are City of Romulus versus Emery Delva. State your name for the record, please.
Emery Delva.
Sir, the court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor that asks that these cases be adjourned to March the 25th to allow you to get your rental inspections done. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
That new date will be March the 25th at 10:40 a.m. back in this same courtroom. Anything else this morning, sir?
No, that would be it.
Thank you. Are you still at the Gabriel address?
Yes.
Notice will be mailed to you at that address, sir. You're free to go. You have a great day.
I sent to,
Thank you. Ms. Madison Patton, these are 23R08444 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Marie Madison Patton. State your name for me, please.
My name is Marie Madison Patton.
Thank you, ma'am. The court is in receipt of a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor that indicates that you will plead responsible to the A file, which is the violation of the technical requirements, and that the second violation of technical requirements will be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the A file, dismisses the B file, will impose the fine of $180. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
No,
5 days to pay. Anything else this morning?
no,
That resolves these matters, ma'am. You're free to go. You have a great day.
thank you. You too.
Thank you. We are back on the record in 23VB02988C. Ms. Manarino, your cross-examination of Ms. Corey.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Corey, on July 27th, when Ms. McLennan's dog bit you, where were
Read your
you physically located when the dog bit you?
Pretty much, I have a map of it showing, I had a Strava app on my phone, and that shows my exact location. And it was pretty much just in front of their house, just, maybe 20 feet up ahead.
Were you in the roadway? Were you
I was
on
in the
their
roadway.
yard?
I was in the roadway.
Okay, and you were in the road at the time the dog bit you?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Corey, thank you for your testimony this morning. You're free to step down. You may leave the exhibits there. In 23R008454 A and B, City of Romulus versus Randy Clevenger. Mr. Clevenger, your cases are dismissed. Is there anything else? You're free to go. You have a good day. Your next witness, Ms. Manarino.
Your Honor, the people call Ordinance Officer Bob Queener.
Officer Queener, would you stop there, please? Spell your first and your last names for the record.
Bob, B-O-B, Queener, Q-U-E-E-N-E-R.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please come have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. Mary Ann is recording your testimony. She's unable to hear you. I'll ask you to either raise your voice or pull that microphone or get move yourself closer to the microphone. Ms. Manorino.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ordinance officer Queener, were you working the morning of July 27th of 2023?
Yes,
Around 7:42 in the morning, when you dispatched on a call,
yes.
you recall where you went to take that report?
Belleville Police Station?
And who was at the Belleville Police Station?
Officer DeVos and Angela Corey.
And did you take the report of a dog bite at the Belleville Police Station?
Yes,
Was it reported to you that the incident happened at the Belleville Police Station?
no, I was told that it was, happened on, Back Road.
Did you go to Bach Road to do any investigation?
Yep, yeah, I went to see, if I could contact the owner to get a copy of the shot records.
Were you given an address on Bach Road?
I was shown a picture of the front yard
So did you
and
knew
given
which,
the address, yes,
okay, so you knew which house to respond to.
yes,
Do you recall the address?
no,
Is it something you would have documented in your report?
yes,
If you looked at a copy of your report, would it refresh your recollection?
yes.
Your Honor, I have an electronic copy of it. May I approach the witness to refresh his recollection with it?
Yes, you may.
Yes, that's it, 16015.
Okay, so now that you had the chance to review the report that you prepared in this manner, does that refresh your recollection as to the address?
Yes,
And what was it?
16015, Back Road.
And that's a location within Van Buren Township?
Yes,
Did you indicated you went to that property?
correct.
Did you have contact with anyone while you were there?
Nope, I knocked on the door, but didn't get an answer.
When you were at the Belleville Police Station with Miss Corey, were you able to see any injuries that appeared to be consistent with a dog bite?
Yes, she had one on her hand and a hole in her pant leg was torn.
May I approach the witness,
I
Your Honor?
couldn't see.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this initial photograph on Exhibit 1, is that consistent
Yes.
with the injuries that you observed on Miss Corey's hand?
Yes,
Same question for this
Yes.
photograph. Were you able to observe any injuries to Miss Corey's leg?
no,
Were you able to observe any damage to any of the clothing she was wearing?
there was a rip in her pants on the leg.
Do you recall where on the leg?
It was like in between the hip and the knee.
It's like mid-thigh.
Yeah, yes,
Did you have contact at some point with the owner of the dog that Miss Corey had reported bit her?
yes, it was a few days later.
Who did you have contact with?
Miss McLennan.
And how is it that you had contact with her?
I'm knocked on the door again and one of her children come to the door and I asked to speak with her.
So you were able to speak with her in person?
Yes,
Did you discuss the July 27th dog bite incident with her?
yes,
Did she make any statements to you about what had occurred on July 27th relative to the dog bite?
yes, it was in the early morning.
And what did she tell you?
That she had heard her husband calling for her and she came outside and noticed that the dog was out and he had got the dog back in the yard. And she had a conversation with Miss Corey.
Did Miss McLennan make any statement to you about whether or not her dog had bitten?
Yes, she admitted that the dog had bitten.
I have nothing further for the ordinance officer, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. McLennan, do you have any questions for Officer Queener?
Yes, I do. Hello, Officer Quinier. When you came to my house, not the first time that you said on the 27th, I'm not sure of the date that you came back when I spoke to you. Do you know that date?
It was a few days.
Okay, a couple days later?
Yes.
And then, when I came out and talked to me, when I came out and talked to you, you asked me what had happened. And, you said that I said that my dog had bit, Angela.
Yes, ma'am.
And did do you recall me stating that she was concerned about her pants and that I paid her cash, and you said you didn't know anything about that?
You say that again?
So when you asked me what happened, and I said that she had wanted me to pay her cash for her pants, I did. And you said you didn't know anything about that, and we didn't talk about her hand other than I said she had a scratch on her hand, and you said you'd seen a picture. Was that our conversation?
The conversation was that you offered to pay money, but it was refused. And I did tell you that there was an injury to the hand.
Do you recall asking me to quarantine
Yes.
Chloe? And I said I would.
Yes, you did.
And you asked me if the dogs were licensed and had their shots.
Your Honor, I would object to the question about the license. That ticket was already dismissed. I'm not sure how it's relevant.
Only because it was the full conversation.
Again, Your Honor, just because they had a conversation outside the court doesn't mean that it's relevant to the proceedings here today.
I'll drop the question.
I was gonna say the objection is
Sure.
sustained. Your next question, to Officer Queener.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any redirect, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Officer Queener, thank you for your testimony. Your next witness, ma'am.
Your Honor, the people were asked.
Thank you. Ms. McLennan, you have another witness other than yourself?
Yes, Your Honor, I have
Do-
my husband.
Do you intend to call him first, or do you intend to testify first?
I would like to call him as a witness first.
Okay, let's get him. Do you want to step out in the hallway and get him?
Me?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Would you come forward, please? Whoever has the citation. I'm sorry, Mr. Rice, we're in the middle of another trial, and I didn't want you to get stuck behind this next round of questioning. These are 23R008440 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Ronnie Rice. State your name for me, sir.
Ronnie Rice.
Mr. Rice, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearing in this matters. The court has received a signed agreement between yourself and the prosecutor asking that these cases be adjourned to March the 25th. Is that your understanding and agreement?
Yes.
These cases will be adjourned to March the 25th at 10:40 a.m. Mr. Rice, are you still at the Carnegie address?
Yes.
Notice of that date and time will be mailed to you. The adjournment is based on allowing you an opportunity to get the certificate of occupancy. Is there anything else this morning?
Nope.
You're free to go. You have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're still on the record in the case that ends 88C. Ma'am, your witness.
I'd like to call Gary McLennan.
Mr. McLennan, I'm going to have you come right up here to this middle podium. State your first and last name, and you will spell them both for the record, okay?
Gary McLennan. GARYMCLENON.
Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please come up here and have a seat in this black chair that's closest to me. My secretary is recording what you're saying, so I'm going to ask you to please try to keep your voice up if she's having trouble hearing you. I'll remind you to keep your voice up or to move your self closer to the microphone, okay? Your witness, Ms. McLennan.
Thank you. Mr. McLennan, could you tell the court where you work at?
I'm a freelance cameraman for the Lions and Tigers. Red Wings distance.
And while you're over there, I'm sorry, Officer Brooks, would you grab those exhibits for me, please? The exhibits. Thank you. Mr. McLennan, repeat your response for me, please. You're a cameraman for freelance.
For the Lions, Tigers, Red Wings, Pistons.
Thank you.
McLennan, what were you doing the morning of, it's July 27th? And could you tell us what happened in the morning of July 27th?
I was going to work, so I got up and I went out to put my bags and stuff in the car. And while I was doing that, the dog started barking. And I stopped the dog, one dog from coming out of the yard. The other dog was still in my yard, but out of the gate. So I got the dog that was barking and brought it back into the gate, closed the gate. And when the dog was barking, she was barking at some lady on a bike. So I yelled at the dog, got the dog to come back inside. And I went to see if the lady was all right. And she just said, she's fine, but her pants were ripped. And I'm like, are you fine? And I just asked her 3 or 4 times if she was fine. She said yes.
Your Honor,
And
I'm gonna just object to his testimony about what Ms. Corey says it's hearsay. Is an out-of-court statement that he's using to prove whether or not she was injured.
Your response to the objection?
It's a direct conversation. There's no hearsay between Mr. McLennan and Ms. Corey.
Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, it is an out-of-court statement.
Ms. McLennan, the objection is sustained. Mr. McLennan may testify as to what he said or saw or smelled, but not as to what someone else said to prove that it was in fact what it was.
I understand, Your Honor. How far is the gate that the dog came out of to the end of the driveway? The distance in feet approximately?
25, maybe 30 feet.
And the time limit from when you heard the dog bark to where you saw the dog in the driveway, was that 5 minutes, 1 minute, approximately the time?
Seconds.
So you said, you testified that you heard the dog barking and then you saw the dog and you sent her back in the yard, and you're saying that took several seconds, correct?
Yes.
At the time when you turned around and you saw a person on a bike, where was she at approximately in correlation to the driveway? Was she in the driveway? Where was she at?
I'm just gonna object. She said she, it's unclear if she's referring to she, the dog, or she, Miss Corey. We could just clarify that.
Where was Miss Corey at when you turned around and saw her and called the dog?
At the end of my driveway.
And where was the dog at?
In the yard, next to the driveway.
Is it appropriate at this time that I present the picture so that you can see the location? I previously showed her those pictures on my phone,
You're presenting pictures to Mr. McClendon to ask him questions about,
if that is the location.
this is the time for that. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, may I do that?
Yes, ma'am.
These are the same pictures I showed you that house.
Okay, you just, those are just printed
Yes.
off, okay.
Thank you. And. Do you
Okay.
need your glasses?
No, I'm good.
Now, is that a picture, is that, should I ask him here or go back?
You can ask him there. I'm just looking to make sure that she's picking you
Okay.
up.
Can you,
Yes, as long as you stay cool.
is that the location at the end of the driveway where you say that Miss Corey was standing?
Yes. Maybe a little bit more left.
And is that a picture of the location where you said she was standing?
Yes.
And is this a location of the end of the driveway going south on Buck Road?
Yes.
And is this a location of the end of the driveway going north on Buck Road?
Yes.
And is that a picture of the dog?
Yes. That's Chloe.
Should I give those to you? Or-
No, ma'am.
Okay, and I can move them here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So after you sent the dog in the yard and you asked Miss Corey if she was okay, and you tell me what happened next.
She said she was fine.
Your
The
Honor,
dog
I'm
just,
going to object again to statements about what Miss Corey said.
Your response to her objection?
I object because it's the conversation that happened that I think is relevant to whether or not the dog approached her.
what is it that I'm
That's
saying?
not the-
What am I saying that I
Hold on,
can't say?
give me 1 second. It's not about did the dog approach her. He's reciting the conversation
Okay, I think I
to support your position that Miss Corey was fine. And the implication of that is that Miss Corey's injuries and damages did not occur as a result of what happened at the end of your driveway or outside of your driveway, or whatever the exact location is, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there's a hearsay objection. So, Mr. McClendon, you can only say what you said,
Okay,
what you saw, what you smelled, what you touched.
got it.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So after you got the dog back in, you asked her if she was okay.
I did.
What else did you say to her? After you asked her if she was okay.
I told her I'd pay for her pants.
Did you tell her that you would? What else did you tell her you would do?
I told her I'd get my wife to get some money because I had to go to work.
And did you do that?
I did.
Could you say what you said when you came to get me?
I told her there was some lady out here that said my dog. Ooh, I can say that, can I? Yeah, I can say that.
Hold on 1 second.
Well, I'm just waiting to see
Preemptive,
what the
oh.
answer is.
Can I say what?
You
she-
can say, you can keep on responding to the question, sir.
Okay. Where was I?
That's our conversation, what you said to me.
Okay,
Your Honor, I will make a relevance objection. I'm not sure, I guess, where we're going with this, and if this is going to solicit further testimony about what Miss Corey said, I would object that it's hearsay.
We have instructed him to only say what he has said, not what anyone else. So I asked him what he said to me.
Your Honor, I am not clear on how Mr. McLennan's conversation with Miss McLennan has any bearing on whether or not their dog bit Miss Corey. So I'm not clear how this line of questioning is really all that relevant.
And the questioning is how he came to get me that I would come outside to find out what was happening.
Still don't think that's relevant, Your Honor.
The court will sustain the objection. Ms. McLennan, it might be simpler if you just ask what you're trying to ask and understand that you will still have the opportunity to testify this afternoon.
Okay. So after you told Miss Corey you would come into the house to get me, and you came into the house to get me, and you said to me, somebody said that the dog put a hole in your pants, and can you come and talk to her? I have to go to work.
Your Honor, I'm going to renew my objection one to the hearsay about what someone who presumed is Miss Corey said, as well as the relevance of the conversation. It's still not relevant, even if it's in the form of the question or the answer.
And the relevance is that he would have to tell me what happened for me to come outside.
No, that's,
Okay.
Your Honor, I would just indicate that, and I said this with one of my previous objections, not everything that happened that day is relevant to the proceedings here this morning.
Then I'll drop the question.
Thank you.
Ask another question.
Your next question?
My next question.
Yes, ma'am.
So after you got me from the house and I came out, what happened then?
Then she asked for our phone numbers. I gave her
Your
my
Honor,
phone
I'm
number
just
and I
gonna
left.
object again to things that Miss Corey said outside of the presence of the court.
May I
Ms.
re-ask the
McLennan,
question, Your Honor?
I'm sorry,
May I re-ask the question?
you may rephrase the question.
Rephrase it. Did you provide your phone number and my phone number to Miss Corey before you left for work?
Your Honor,
Yeah.
I am just going to object. The questions are, I know, I recognize Ms. McClellan's not an attorney, but the questions are kind of leading in terms of soliciting the testimony that she wants from Mr. McLennan.
I'm just confirming what was said previously, that we provided our phone numbers for Miss Corey before my husband left.
And I would indicate that I objected to that and that I still object to the question that wasn't his testimony. He had indicated that he was trying to testify that she was asking for the phone numbers. Well, again, I don't think it's relevant, and I do think it is.
I never said
leading
she
for-
asked.
I'm sorry, Mr. McLennan, give me one
I
moment.
do think it is leading for her to be feeding him the questions in a leading manner. I think it's inappropriate.
I'm trying not to make, I'm sorry, I'm trying not to make the questions leading. I'm
I
trying to do
understand.
The best I can. I just wanted to provide verification of the previous statement. We had in fact provided the numbers for her for her contact information.
That's already been addressed, Ms. McLennan, Ms. Manarino. I understand. The objection is sustained. Your next question, Ms. McLennan.
At that time, then, what did you do?
I made sure that person was okay. That was my major intent, that she was fine. And she seemed that way to me. So I went to work. did not seem like a big deal. Seemed like we did what we were supposed to do, or I did. Make sure she's okay, ask if she's okay, and see if I could do anything for her. And then I went to work.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino, before you get up, Mr. McLennan, keep your seat. 23R008402 A and B, City of Romulus versus Akia Gregory. Ms. Gregory, the court has received a signed agreement that indicates that these cases are dismissed. Was that your understanding? The cases are dismissed. You're free to go. You have a great afternoon. You're welcome. These are 23R008446 A and B. These are City of Romulus versus Ms. Claiborne. Ma'am, today was the day and time scheduled for the pre-hearings in this matter. The court has received a signed agreement that indicates that these cases are being dismissed for you to go to the city to set up to get the certificate of occupancy. Is that your understanding? These cases are dismissed. You are free to go. You have a good afternoon. Thank you. We're still on the record in 88C. Ms. Manarino, you're cross.
Maybe, Your Honor. And Mr. McLennan, in the morning of July 27th, while you were loading up your equipment in the vehicle, was there a point that you did not have your dog Chloe in your vision?
Yes. She was in my yard. She's in my house.
But there was a point in time where you didn't have her in your line of sight.
Yeah, she was in the house.
She was in the house the entire time that morning.
No, not the entire time.
So there
But
was a
once I
point,
saw her, then I saw her. Once I saw her, no, she never
there
left.
was a
my-
point where Chloe was outside,
Yes,
and you would testify that there was a point where she had gone outside the gated area on your property.
yes,
And then there was also a point during that where you didn't have her in your line of sight.
wrong. No,
So your testimony is that after she left the gated area on your property, the entire time she was outside of the gate, you were able to see her.
yeah, yes,
There was not a single second where you did not have sight on that dog.
yes.
So how close did you see your dog get to Miss Corey?
Foot, 2 feet.
If you could see Chloe the entire time, why did you not stop her until she had gotten a foot or two away from Miss Corey?
I have 2 dogs. And when I yelled at the dogs to stop, one stopped at the gate, Chloe didn't stop at the gate. So I looked at Chloe and I continued looking at Chloe and told her to get inside and continued walking to her until she went inside, and I turned my back and me and her went inside. I closed the gate and then I went back to see how she was. The lady.
At what point in that interaction that you described then did Chloe interact with Miss Corey?
She was just standing there barking the whole time.
I want to make sure that I understand your testimony. Your testimony is that you have 2 dogs and they were both on your property that morning. One dog went outside the gated area, and that's Chloe.
Yes,
And the entire time that Chloe was outside the gated area, she was in your line of sight.
yes.
And that entire time you were giving her commands to stop.
To stop and come inside.
Yet despite your commands to stop, she got within a foot or 2 from what you saw of Miss Corey.
Yes.
Maybe nothing further.
Any redirect?
Yes. You stated that you have 2 dogs, one was at the gate, and Chloe was coming towards the gate. and you testified that you told the one dog to go back in, and you watched Chloe in the driveway. At any time, did you see Chloe touch, approach, or come any more within the 2 feet of Angela?
No.
And your statement was that, your statement was that you asked her if she was okay.
Yes.
The distance from the car to the end of the driveway where you were standing is how many feet?
Maybe 15, 10.
From the end of the car to the end of the driveway.
From the back of the car.
So then she would be standing just a couple feet from you and between you and the driveway and Miss Corey.
Yes.
And then you called the dog back in and she went into the gate.
Yes.
She said,
Yes.
no, I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may.
Yes,
May I have a question?
yes.
I just wanted the exhibit, I'm sorry. Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. McLennan, at any time when you interacted with Miss Corey on July 27th, did you observe her hand to be bleeding as documented in Exhibit 1?
Yeah, something like that.
Is this consistent with what you observed?
No,
You never saw anything like this?
no, no.
Is Bob Road a dirt road?
Yes,
You saw Miss Corey on her, and she was riding her bicycle when this occurred?
I assume she was riding. I never saw her on her bike.
Did you see a bicycle with her?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect, Ms. McLennan?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. McLennan, did you intend the court to view the photographs that you presented?
Yes, I would like for you to look at them, please.
Any objection, Ms. Manarino?
May I look at them again, Your Honor? I saw them a month ago. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm not sure if the relevance of the photograph of the animal, except to identify that that was the dog, but I don't have any objection to the photographs.
Then defense exhibit A will be received as a single exhibit of the photographs. Mr. McLennan, you may step down, sir.
Should I bring the photographs?
No, ma'am. You intend to testify this morning?
I do, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand for me. I'm sorry, did you have any other witnesses other than Mr. McLennan and yourself?
No.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I would ask that you bring whatever you need up to the witness stand. Ms. Manarino will have the opportunity to cross-examine you after you give your testimony. Because you're representing yourself, your testimony will probably be more like a statement.
Thank you.
So please take the seat closest to me.
If I kind of read my.
If that
statement.
helps you.
Thanks, it does. On July 27th, my husband was leaving for work. He took his work bag outside and I was taking care of my cat that had a seizure. Then he came in and said that Chloe had apparently put a hole in someone's pants. He said he had to leave for work and could I come and talk to her? I have my sons watch the cat. I had 7 teenagers in my house. It was just my twin's birthday and they were watching. I asked her when I came out what had happened and she said, your dog put a hole in my leggings. I
Your
said,
Honor, I would object to the hearsay of Ms. Corey's statements once again.
Okay. I asked her what had happened. Gary said he had to leave for work, and Miss Corey asked if he was just going to leave, and I said he had to go to work. I would take care of her pants. I provided my phone number to her, and at that point, I think as she noticed, she had blood on her hand. And she said, "Look at this." And I asked her if she was okay. She said, "Yes, but my pants weren't." And then Gary left for work. I had asked her if she was a new family that had moved in, because I hadn't seen her, and I'd lived there for 30 years.
Hold on one moment, Ms. McLennan.
Okay,
Your Honor, just so I don't have to object, I would just object to anything that Ms. Corey said is hearsay. I believe the court's previously ruled on it.
Ms. McLennan, I know it's difficult when you are saying or testifying as to what happened, but you may not say what Ms. Corey said. You can say what you said, what you did in response, etc. Okay.
I had asked her if she was a new family that had just moved in. I'd never seen her before. I asked her how it was she was riding on Bach Road. And so I can't repeat what she said to me.
Oh, ma'am.
I asked her if she wanted me to pay for her pants. She said she was going to call the police. I offered to pay for her pants, and she didn't need to do anything else or call anyone else. I told her I was very upset that my dog didn't do that. That wasn't her demeanor. And I told her I was upset about my cat, and I would go into the house and get her the $35 for the pants. I then went into the house. She waited. I went into the house, and I realized that I'd given my money to my husband when he left for work. I came back outside and I explained that to her, to Ms. Corey, and I said, "I will drop the money off to you later at your home, or you can come back by." I didn't want the police to be called again, and I told her I wasn't lying. I would have no reason to lie. And we were upset. And so I told her I would go back into the house and wake up my daughter. She had worked, and see if she had money. I did that. I went back into the house where she waited. Ms. Corey waited, and I went and woke my daughter up and asked her if she had the money and explained what had happened. She gave me the money. I checked on the cat. I talked to the kids. I went back outside. That was the time relevancy. And I paid her the $35 for her pants. And I asked her if she was okay. I told her I was not lying to her. I was speaking from my heart. And I would, if she had any issues, to call me. And she left, and I went back into the house, and that was all of it until the ordinance officer came over and explained to me what had happened. I was surprised because that had not been an issue, the bite on her or the scratch on her. And that would be my testimony.
Thank you. Ms. Manarino,
I have no questions, Your Honor.
thank you. Ms. McClennan, you may step down. Yes. Mhm. Anything else, Mrs. McClennan?
In a following statement, in my final statement. Can I say anything else, the final statement?
Oh. What is it that you want to say, Ms. McClennan?
I wanted to make a comment about reference of of the dog, so that you would be able to understand her personality and demeanor without, you know nothing of that. So I don't know if I can say it enough.
What is it that you want?
I wanted to.
I'm
say-
sorry, hold on one second.
Your Honor, I'm not sure that the, character evidence for the dog is necessarily relevant. As the court's aware, the issue is whether or not the dog did on July 27th, not the dog's character or behavior at other opportunities.
And my feeling is, I'm not going to give an example of anything else, just make a statement about the dog relevant to its demeanor, so that you don't think it's a vicious fighting dog or a chihuahua. Just more so you would be able to have a full picture of the dog in order to make a.
Ms. McClennan, Ms. Manarino's objection is sustained. Excuse me, for purposes of your testimony, but unless you have some other witness or exhibits at this time, do you have anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then Ms. Manarino will make her closing and you'll have the opportunity to make yours, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the testimony from Ms. Corey was clear that on July 27th of 2023, she was bicycling on Bach Road in Van Buren Township. While she was on her bicycle, Ms. McClennan's dog, Chloe, had approached her, chased her, was barking at her, and bit her in the leg and in the hand. The court is in receipt of Exhibit 1, which documents the injuries to Ms. Corey as a result of the July 27th fight. The court is also in receipt of Exhibit 2, which documents her expenses related to medical treatment incurred as a result of the bite. What's interesting about the testimony from Mr. and Mrs. McClennan is that Mr. McClennan testified that he never saw Ms. Corey get bit. Yet in Ms. McClennan's testimony, she said that her husband had told her that the dog had put a hole in someone's pants. It's interesting that for a dog that never touched Ms. Corey, if you believe Mr. McClennan's testimony, that by Mr. McClennan's other statement that the dog had put a hole in her pants. Ms. McClennan also testified that she saw blood on Ms. Corey's hand, which is consistent with the photographs of her injuries from July 27th. Ms. Corey testified that at the time she was bitten by Ms. McClennan's dog, that she was in the roadway. And based upon that, we would ask that you find her responsible of the dog at large or the animal at large. What's clear from the bulk of Ms. McClennan's testimony is that what she did not want is court involvement. It's not that the dog didn't bite, it's that she didn't want to receive a ticket for it and the ramifications that come along with that. The evidence in this matter is clear that Ms. Corey was bitten by Ms. McClennan's dog at a time when she was in Bach Road in the roadway, that she sustained injuries and sustained medical bills as a result of that. I would ask that you find Ms. McClennan guilty and responsible for the violations before the court.
Ms. McClennan.
I agree that there are pictures of she provided pictures of a wound on someone's hand. She indicates that Ms. Corey said that the dog bit her. My husband indicates that the dog did not bite her, that the dog never left the yard. Neither testified the dog had ever left the premises. The presumption that the injuries were caused from this dog, if Ms. Corey said she did and Mr. McLennan said she didn't and had slide on the dog, there is a problem. And Mr. McLennan said a person said that. He never said he saw that or that actually happened. Those were just the things that Ms. Corey said. There are no pictures of the dog biting her. There are no other witnesses. So just what Ms. Corey said and what my husband said, and the remaining time that an injury sustained would require someone to stand around for an hour and not do anything and argue about their pants. At no time did she ever say to me that my dog bit her. And at no time did Mr. McLennan say he saw the dog approach her. There was always a distance. The dog, Mr. McLennan testified, the dog never left the driveway and never left the yard. The gate is 20 feet from the road that is still our property. And the pictures I provided show you the gate to the road and the road north and south, which is 1.5 miles, which again, on that morning, it's a possibility given the circumstances and the location and the conditions that something else could have happened. Besides that, I'm saying that my dog did not, based on the testimony of my husband, leave the yard, and based on my conversation, that my dog did not bite Miss Corey. And my intention was not receive a ticket. I had 7 children in my house. There was a lot of yelling going on, and I was very upset. My cat did pass away, and I was upset, and I just didn't want any other problem, not for any nefarious reason at all. So I'm asking that the charges be dismissed because my dog was not at large, and I do not believe, based on the testimony, that my dog bit her.
Just take it off and leave it off. Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, I would just indicate that Ms. Corey did testify that at the time she was attacked by the dog was in the roadway.
Want to just unplug your phone? I don't know if that.
I just took it off the hook.
There was no specific testimony from Mr. McLennan as to where Ms. Corey was located at the time that he observed her, just that she was at the bottom of the driveway. His testimony was not clear as to whether that was in the roadway or whether he was somehow alleging that she was on their property. But Ms. Corey's testimony was clear that she was in Bach Road when this occurred. And again, we would ask you to find her responsible on the civil infraction, guilty of the misdemeanor.
Thank you. The court has had the opportunity to hear the testimony of Ms. Corey, Officer Queener, Mr. McLennan, and Mrs. McLennan. And Officer Brooks, if you will return Ms. McLennan's pictures to her, please. The court will find Ms. McLennan responsible as to the dog at large. and assess a fine in the amount of $180. The court will also find Ms. McLennan guilty as charged for the dangerous dog, the misdemeanor in this case. Ms. Corey testified that she was riding her bike, that the dog came out, engaged her, bit her, and Ms. Corey demonstrated the multiple places where the dog bit her. Officer Quinter testified that the defendant, Ms. McLennan, admitted that her dog bit Ms. Corey. Ms. McLennan, in her direct testimony, although cautioned by the court, said that her husband said the dog put a hole in someone's pants. And the prosecutor, Ms. Manarino, was accurate in summarizing that testimony to mean that if the dog was close enough to put a hole in pants, the dog was close enough to bite. Ms. Corey's pictures are taken on the same day that this incident occurred, which was on July the 27th, 2023. For all those reasons, again, the court finds Ms. McLennan guilty as charged. As for sentencing in this matter, Ms. McLennan, are you prepared to have sentence imposed this morning, or this afternoon, or would you like the court to schedule an opportunity for you to come back for sentence to be imposed?
No, Your Honor, today is fine.
Thank you. Ma'am, is there anything you'd like to say before sentence is imposed in this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I would just indicate that we've provided the documents regarding Ms. Corey's claim for restitution to the court. We would ask the court to award that amount of restitution in addition to any other penalty the court deems appropriate.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I apologize. I didn't add up the bills. That was my fault.
Ms. McLennan, please understand that the court does not believe that this was any intentional act. The court does not ascribe any particular behavior or demeanor to your dog. Even the best of dogs has a bad day, and sometimes somebody on a bike or somebody doing anything will attract their attention in a way that we're not used to them doing. So I don't believe that Chloe, I know you wanted to make a statement that your dog is not a bad dog, not a vicious dog. And even, like I said, the best lap dog has a bad day sometime, and that's what's happened here. So the court's punishment will be limited to fines and costs and the restitution in this matter. The minimum fine of $100, cost of $100, there's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state costs, and $20 fund fee. What the court has received from Ms. Corey through the prosecutor is payment from to urgent care in the amount of, it looks like $99.75. There's two different columns. Do you have copies of that as well, Ms.
Your Honor,
Manarino?
I do have, and I'll share this with Ms. McLennan. Ms. Corey prepared an itemization of everything.
Thank you. Yes.
And it's $1,089.92.
Thank
That
you.
corresponds to the bills that are contained in Exhibit 2 from the trial.
It is the $99.75 to Van Buren Urgent Care for services received on July the 27th, 2023. There is $35.99 to Walmart. Ms. Corey did testify as to the antibiotics and pain medication. There's $172.50 to primary care physician for the August the 10th, 2023 visit. $391.83 August 10th visit. $123.78 that was billed by Envision for physician services. It's $14.53 from Huron Valley Radiology. There was $251.54 from the hand surgery group out of Ann Arbor. So the total restitution will be awarded in the amount of $1,089.92. Ms. McLennan, what the court will ask that you do is stop downstairs before you leave to set a payment plan in this matter. Is there anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. McLennan?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. The remaining cases from this morning's docket, the last case was scheduled at 12 o'clock. It's now 1:01 by this court's clock. Anyone who failed to appear as directed by this court is deemed as having failed to appear. If this was the first failure to appear in the civil infractions, they will be deemed in default. Misdemeanors will be set for show cause. Any cases scheduled for show cause for defendants failed to appear will have bench warrants issued. This court stands adjourned. Thank you. Andy. Thank you.